Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 8 of the Adam Montgomery trial together. If you are new here, we start 2.5 hours after the actual court starts so that we can skip over coffee breaks and lunch breaks and long sidebars and, you know, if a witness doesn't show up or something. So I hope that you enjoy that here with me. And thank you for being here. Also, welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. Welcome to all my patrons. I uploaded a video for you today, and we are going to have a Patreon-only live stream right after the trial day today. Welcome to all my members. We're going to have a members-only live stream tomorrow. And welcome to everyone who's already subscribed or lurking or whatever it is you're doing here. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we are going to first start by I just want to show you this in case you either haven't seen, you didn't watch the homework. We've got a part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, okay, of homework that we did before the trial started. This is the probable cause affidavit that we had read through, and there's exhibits in here that they, you know, because we're not able to see the picture so clearly when they're showing it with the little papers to the jury, you know, so I thought maybe you want to see the bathroom that they were talking about yesterday. And yesterday they talked quite a bit about the U-Haul and all of that. So I was thinking Travis Beach is going to be on the stand today. And then I had a little peek. Please don't share any spoilers here. I just wanted to see if he is actually going to be there. And he was the first witness. So we are going to see that today. Therefore, I wanted to show you quickly things that Travis Beach said so that you understand when he is going to take the stand why his testimony is so important and the map time and all of that. I mean, Harmony's remains have never been found, so it's just like looking at the map might offer some clues if anybody saw something, you know, around March of 2020. You just never know. There's a new tip line that's also in the description box for you if you guys haven't seen that yet. So they are still looking for tips because they are still looking for Harmony. Jen says, thank you for being one of the constant things in my life. Your coverage is always top-notch. Justice for Harmony and all others. Thank you so much, Jen. I really appreciate it. So this is the bathroom they were talking about where very sinister things happen. I'm not going to go over that all again, right? You understand what's going on here. This was the one. Yesterday we saw a guy that was the maintenance man at this Union Street apartment that said he had to unclog the drain here. This is what he's talking about. And he said it was like I think he said it was like, what, a gallery or galley? I can't remember what word he used, but a very narrow, small bathroom. So this is the bathroom that he described. Then if I just scroll down a little bit here, I've highlighted some stuff for you. Oh, actually, right up here. Wait, I just saw it. This Travis Beach was saying that Adam was saying he's effed. Like, I effed up like this. You see here? They made contact with this Travis Beach, who you'll see today, okay? And they said, okay, Deputy U.S. Marshal Tufts and I made contact with Beach, that's Travis Beach, at the Hillsborough County Probation and Parole Office. I asked Beach to tell us about Adam, asking for a U-Haul. Beach stated that he recalled it was around wintertime of 2019 or early 2020. Beach stated that he had run into Adam on the street in the area of Union or Bridge at the convenience store. Adam continued to say, I effed up. I'm so effed, Beach stated. Adam wouldn't tell him what he meant when he said, I effed up, I'm so effed. Beach stated that he was with Brittany Bedard. We saw her on the stand yesterday, remember? Okay, Beach stated he was with Brittany Bedard and Adam was with Kayla and their 2 boys. Beach was asked if he had ever seen Harmony and he stated he had not. Adam asked them to rent him a U-Haul and he recalled Brittany renting Adam a box truck from U-Haul on South Willow Street. So we're going to look at that. They've actually told us, you know, all the points. We've gone over the map time before. I just want to show it to you so that you can more easily visualize when Travis Beach is going to talk about this. Jada says, yes, Adam is right. He pucked up. So they say Beach stated that Adam Montgomery was one of his best friends. Johnson stated, also present at the time, was Beach's girlfriend, Jenny Paris. Beach said Adam called him and came over to his place, and Adam said he effed up, that he did wrong, and he needed his help. Johnson stated Beach's girlfriend then stopped him from saying anything further to Johnson about Adam's statements. Johnson stated the tone of the conversation was that Beach was going to say that Adam killed a child and disposed of the body. Now, if you know nothing about this case, please check the description box. There's a case background write-up for you, and please check the playlist because we've done this already at a much slower pace. We've done a deep dive. I've read through every single page here with you already. We've looked at Adam Montgomery's criminal past. We've looked at everything, okay? Part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's there for you to watch anytime. So they say Johnson stated the tone of the conversation was that Beach was going to say that Adam killed the child and disposed of the body. He stated that Beach was saying that Adam was asking him for a few days to help him get rid of stuff. Beach stated they drove around the county for the next few days getting rid of stuff. Johnson stated that Beach never mentioned body parts, but there was stuff wrapped in plastic or plastic bags. Because I realize every time I say that, there's people in chat that are like, what is this lady talking about? Like, why am I saying little parcels, stuff wrapped in plastic? It's from the probable cause affidavit, right? So Johnson also mentioned Adam asking for tools and supplies and included blankets and tarps from Beach. Generally told Beach not to talk further about it because it could get him in trouble. Johnson felt that Beach was trying to get it off his chest. Beach also stated to him that the police had been looking for him to ask him information. I asked him who else was there during the conversation, and he stated just Beach generally and himself. So Johnson added that he believed Beach mentioned the west side of Manchester as areas that they went, and possibly a street starting with the letter C. Johnson also believed that Beach was driving when this all happened. Now, highlighted parts again. Beach advised that Adam told him that he was having problems with DCYF during this time, and that was why they were staying at the Econo Lodge. Okay, so just to zoom through this yesterday, they told us the total mileage, they even showed us, was 133 miles, okay? And the rental was from 515 Willow Street. So, let me show you the map. Okay, and here we are. So I just wanted to show it to you because I realized yesterday as well, everyone was saying, well, maybe we should do some map time. We already have before, so I just want to show it to you again, but just simplifying from where they were staying at 644 Union Street. Okay, this case takes place in New Hampshire, right? Manchester, New Hampshire. So they being Kayla, Adam, the two boys, and Harmony's body, allegedly. Shame, man. We're staying at the 644 Union Street address. There was an apartment after the Fit Shelter. And then the car was rented at 515 South Willow Street. This is where the U-Haul was rented. Now, if they drove 133 miles that day, then if you go to Tobin Bridge, which is actually where Adam was caught not paying for tolls. Yeah. He was, actually, it was 4:44 a.m. Going northbound on this Tobin Bridge, and then 4:45 a.m. going southbound, and then again at 5:25 a.m. And there is a 13-mile difference because this is, well, no, it's not exactly from there to there. I'll fetch this article that also went over it. Wait. Okay. The U-Haul rental location at 515 South Willow Street in Manchester, New Hampshire is 54 minutes away from Tobin Bridge, which equals 49.6 miles one way. If Adam drove the vehicle over the Tobin Bridge and back, that equals 99.2 miles total, leaving about 13.8 miles from the 133, okay? But the thing is, there's like that hour time gap as well. So I don't know what he was doing around this area. But if we go, this is Tobin Bridge in Boston, Massachusetts? Am I correct? Wait. Yeah, in Boston, Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Did I say that right? Okay. It's called the Maurice J. Tobin Memorial Bridge. So he had gone basically up and down this bridge, so one could quite plausibly speculate he was throwing things in this river, right? Or in this water. The Mystic River. So that's concerning. But you see, the reason I'm showing you this as well is because if anyone in that sort of time frame where they rented the U-Haul when now? Yesterday they said it was... Who remembers? My scribbles are telling me. The 3rd of March, right? 3rd of March 2020. If anybody saw a U-Haul doing all kinds of U-turns and people doing weird things around this bridge, throwing things off the bridge or whatever it was, even though it was early in the morning, you just never know. You gotta call that tip line, okay? Thank you so much, everyone. You're like, yes, Boston, Massachusetts. Okay, great. So this is the bridge that we are talking about. I wonder if you can go over it. Can the Google man go here? Google man go there? Ooh, okay, he can. He can. So here we could see the bridge. Stefan, are you telling people to buckle up? Is Stefan here? So this is the bridge. I can see there's lots of things along the side here. I don't think it allows us to go over the bridge. Ah, come on, Google. Let us go over the bridge. Anyway, so that's what it looks like, in case you're not from the area like me. I'm from South Africa, living in Europe. So, sure, okay. Yeah, he drove over this. And one more time, if I just show you this, they actually have pictures of when he was caught skipping these tolls. So let's just go down here. There we go. On the 4th of March, 4:44 Eastern, Tobin Bridge, local north. And then again at 4:45, Tobin Bridge, local south. And then again at 5:25, Tobin Bridge, local north. It's like north, south, north. Like that's a bit odd, hey? Now here, they say they actually caught the van, but unfortunately, due to privacy concerns, they don't actually show the person sitting in the vehicle. Otherwise, we would have seen Adam Montgomery probably sitting right there. Adam and Travis Beach. So now you know a little bit more. Also, why is the van important? They eventually found the van. The van was processed with Blue Star, which is a chemical agent used to detect hemoglobin. I'm sure you know all about that now, right? When the van was processed with Blue Star, there appeared to be a reaction on the right side of the interior step on the driver's side, a faint reaction on the passenger's side floorboard, and 2 reactions approximately halfway up the back of the passenger seat along the side of the seat closest to the door. Each of these areas was swabbed, and the swabs are pending further forensic testing. So I'm wondering if we're going to hear more about that. Now, I think you're very prepared for today. I would think so. Okay, let me go fetch the court feed quickly. Let's just get that ready and make sure it's boosted for us. All right, so there's Travis Beach. He was the first witness, and that's all I've seen. So please don't give any spoilers or anything. I just had a peek just when the court feed started today, just to see, is there any drama? Is anything happening? Okay, so we're going to be watching this together now. Day 8 of the Adam Montgomery trial. This is the guy who was in the U-Haul with Adam, who was driving over that Tobin Bridge and all of that. One would think he knows probably the most, although I don't know if his memory is also a bit fuzzy. I don't know, man. Becky B says, gee, you prepare so well. Oh, thank you so much. That's my goal, right? I want to make sure that we're all feeling ready for this day. So if you like that, okay, please like and share. You can use any combination of the hashtags in the description box. Hashtag Justice for Harmony. Hashtag Adam Montgomery Trial. Anything like that would be very helpful. Forensic Fury says, Vamanos. Okay, so happy Friday to all of you. Before I get started, I also want to say I'm wearing this purple heart for Harmony. I know you guys know that I got a blue heart for Gannon Stauch as well, because his favorite color was blue. And so look at this purple one. I hope you could see it right. This jersey is actually also bluish as periwinkle. But this is a beautiful purple heart in honor of Harmony, because her favorite color was purple. So we are sharing sparkly purple hearts in the chat as well, in honor of Harmony. Laurie says, the guy that rode with Adam in the U-Haul, you would think you could tell where the stops were at. I know, right? But I think he may have speculatively been on substances or something. I'm not sure, because he's like, didn't remember when the police interviewed him. So let's see what he says now. Okay, are we now ready, everyone? Are we ready? You'll be like, play the video. Someone's going to say, hey, someone's going to say, play the video. Unbelievable. Still, we missed the crickets. I fast forwarded through that. We know there's crickets. Adam Montgomery's not in the courtroom. He's a total chicken. Total coward. Okay. Not attending his own trial. He should not be allowed to stalk his own trial. He's already got the profile of a stalker and an alleged killer now of a child, but also a killer before. If you didn't know that he's killed other people before, you got to go and look at his dark criminal past. There's an episode I did on that. I think it's part 3 or 4 of the trial prep. Go watch that. It's on the playlist, okay? Anyway, my point is, someone's going to say, play the video, lady, but I'm here for commentary. If you want me to just play the video, just go to mainstream media. Okay, go watch it somewhere else. Here I talk. Can you believe it? The audacity on my own channel. Okay, everyone, we could see it's Snarky Friday, isn't it? We are ready for that Patreon-only live stream later, and members Snark Tank tomorrow. So you can look forward to that. All right, are we ready? Here we go. The sound is boosted. Let's hope it's not boosted too much. Let's have a listen.
Watch your step on the cords.
Okay, no, it's good. It's good.
Careful the cords, please.
Oh, damn. And there we go, Travis Beach.
Mr. Beach, if you can stand it up again and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You can make yourself comfortable. Have a seat. There's some water in front of you if you'd like some.
And Mr. Beach, I'm just going to remind you that it's a big room and all the jurors need to hear you, so please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, Travisbeach.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
You're 39 years old?
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
There's studs, RC. It's construction metal.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing, tree work, painting. Yeah, that's about it.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020, where were you residing?
Concord State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some point in March, you were arrested. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Does March 5th sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Prior to March 5th of 2020, where were you living?
I was, it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
We saw Brittany on the stand yesterday. She had the glasses that I said was so nice. Remember those glasses? She had some anxiety as well that people were commenting on, which I completely relate to. So that was Brittany Bedard, his ex-girlfriend. Okay?
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
We were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr. Middleton?
About 5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay.
So Brendan Middleton was the one that was on the stand yesterday. He's currently incarcerated, so he was wearing his jail orange suit, right? Brendan Middleton, who let them use his ID so that they could rent the U-Haul. And by the way, this is witness number 36 for the state. They are expecting 50 to 55 witnesses in total, and the defense will have 2 witnesses, okay?
I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of a theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17.
Yes.
Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was at the mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend, and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help with something?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you
For the U-Haul?
for the U-Haul?
Later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what your Facebook account, what the name of that your name on that Facebook account was?
Travis Beach?
Did you have...
Or
I think it was like TD Beach or something. We went over it in the probable cause affidavit, and we even read over some of the messages that Travis and Adam had shared between the two of them. So if you missed that, go check it out. I don't just say go check it out because I want you to check out my videos. Like literally it's information that could help you understand the case better. Okay, that's what we do over here. We like bullet points, map time. I like to save you time, so that you could just go over there, look at the bullet points, look at the presentations, look at the map time, hear the probable cause affidavit, and have the most information possible. That is my goal. Okay, so when I say check out the homework, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's not like long-winded, or it's like you can check it out and learn a lot. Like the text messages, which I think they're going to go over now as well. I'm not sure because they're talking about it. Let's see. But if they don't worry, because we've already gone over it before, and you can see some of those there.
Were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a friend. I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you saw things packed up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
Union Street, I believe.
And that's here in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
2020.
So this whole time frame is around March of 2020. It's alleged that Harmony was murdered on December 7th of 2019, which is still shocking to think about how long Adam kept Harmony's body with him. And the allegations here, or what is being suggested from the probable cause affidavit and what's being said here is that Adam was telling this guy, I effed up, I really effed up, and he needed tarps and tools, and he needed to help, he needed his friend's help here to rent a U-Haul, but he didn't want to say for what. But the friend noticed him, throwing off packages, lots of little things wrapped in plastic. He didn't know what it was. I think we know what it could be, which is it's actually devastating. It's really sad. Nancy Hoffman, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. The mods are doing a really great job of reminding everyone to keep it grizzly, which means keep it kind and classy, please. We don't bully people over here or comment on their appearances or anything like that. That's just not how we roll. I know there's a lot of new people here, but yeah, it's not a filthy chat, okay? And we don't judge, okay? Because why? Why are people doing that? I don't get it. We're all adults over here. Well, I would really hope so. Firstly, this content is for adults only. And secondly, we really want to hear the information. Information is the most important. So let's listen to that instead of picking apart everybody's, whether they've got face tattoos or lip piercings or what they're wearing or how they look. Let's just listen to the information. Everybody is showing up here to testify so that there can be justice for Harmony, who, I don't like saying Montgomery, even though her name's Harmony Montgomery. It's like, oh man, I don't want her to have Adam's surname, right? So for Harmony, justice for Harmony, who was 5 years old when she was allegedly murdered. It's horrendous. We saw lots of evidence yesterday, like with the ceiling stains from decomposition and all. So that was evidence that she's no longer alive. And it's a horrifying case. So please remember that. Let's keep it kind. Thank you, mods, for everything you do. I just also wanted to say something so that, people know. It's not how we roll over here. Okay, thank you so much, Lissa. Let's have a listen now to... I wonder if they can ask him, like, what do you remember? What did you see? Oh, my goodness.
Were you at his apartment with Brittany Bedard, with Miss Bedard that you mentioned?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
That's right, TD. You said you were so proud of the drug dealer that got up there to help the case.
Mr. Beach.
And that was Mr. Anthony Tone Capone Bergeron. He also got on the stand. Yes, indeed.
Showing you State's Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
Okay. And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately reflect your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual day that you went to the defendant's apartment on Union Street?
Yes, sir.
If you guys remember from yesterday, Brittany Bedard, who is his ex-girlfriend now, who he was dating at the time, also was showing a picture, and I think she said it was of Declan. Declan is one of Adam and Kayla's sons. They've got Declan, Seamus, and a little girl as well. So that verifies that as well, that they were there visiting at the Union Street apartments, and then they rented this U-Haul, and then they went to this Econo Lodge. So yes, it's adding up so far.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment? Street?
We had multiple, yes, sir.
Specifically with respect to the rental of a U-Haul van.
I'm sorry?
Specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what
sir.
were those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and yeah, that's it.
And you wanted to help, it sounds
Yes,
like.
sir.
Did you help him, and did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul. So in aspect, yes, sir.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a U-Haul.
Yes, sir.
Who is that someone that you're referring to?
Brendan Middleton.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And so this wasn't the same day, this was a separate day. Can you walk us through getting that U-Haul with Brendan Middleton?
I myself didn't have a license at the time, so I asked Brittany to get Brittany Bedard to get the U-Haul, and she couldn't. So we had Brandon Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The day that you got the U-Haul, where were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
At some point during that period, did you go to the Econo Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many nights you stayed there?
One night.
Do you know whose name that room was in?
I'm pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor, and I was on the second floor.
True. I think they said it was room. It's in that PCA as well. Something like 210 and 313, something like that. So that's also adding up.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul for the defendant?
It was later on during the night. It was like it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
Can you tell the jurors who you went with? Who accompanied you to get the U-Haul?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton.
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
The U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after getting the U-Haul, Mr. Peach?
There's a gas station right next to the U-Haul place. We stopped there, put gas in it, and then we went back to the Econo Lodge.
When you say we went back to the Econo Lodge?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
And what did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
We did drugs at the Econo Lodge.
Yes?
Okay, we got some sidebar. It's amazing to me how like he also seems a little scared, right? Little bit. And there's so many witnesses we've seen, like Uncle Kevin, yesterday's witness Rose, of course Kayla, which I don't know, her testimony, her demeanor shifted quite a bit, but they look like, you know, that deer in the headlights look like shocked and scared. I suppose also in hindsight realizing what Adam was using them for. That must be so terrifying to think, wait, what? Like he asked her to help him for what now? Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, so Mary T said, I just inhaled 2 donuts. I hope you had a bite for me. Please say 1 bite was for me, okay? Thank you so much for being here, everyone. Let me go forward through the sidebar here.
Brittany Bedard, Adam, and Kayla Montgomery.
And what drugs are you referring to? What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Is that crack cocaine?
Yes, sir.
And, at some point during that time, while you're doing drugs, did you exchange keys with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide any U-Haul keys?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Myself and Brittany Bedard gave the keys to Adam Montgomery, which he was staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that?
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say effed, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? Can you tell the jurors?
Am I allowed to say it? I fucked up.
He repeated that?
Yes, sir.
Multiple times?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sure. He's so polite. He's like, am I allowed to say it? And then he's like, okay. And then he said it. I won't say it now. But then he said it. And then after that, he's like, I apologize. Shame. He's so polite.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask him to clarify?
I did, and he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
Kayla was in the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
And I think you said this already, but at that point, when you went out to smoke the cigarette, you'd already given him the U-Haul keys.
Correct.
At any point during your time at that Econo Lodge, did you see the defendant drive the U-Haul?
I did not.
At some point, did you go back to your own room with Miss Bedard?
Yes, sir.
And prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
I don't.
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
Do you think seeing those your Facebook messages would refresh your recollection at that point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
That's right, Stefan. Good observation. He said, I effed up. He didn't say, Kayla effed up and I need to cover up now. I need to do something. He said, I effed up. I effed up so badly. That's what Adam said to this friend. And he was like, what the hell, man? But didn't want to elaborate. He just needed help. He needed help, okay? He needed tarps and tools and a U-Haul and all sorts of things. Which, by the way, if any friend, what can we learn from this? He's asking you for that. Red flag. Red flag. Now we know. I mean, some people might know, but we watch true crime all the time, right? So we as a community might know. Well, if a friend's asking for tarps and all Walmart things. Sorry, Walmart. Walmart's probably like, stop mentioning us. But yeah, that was a red flag. And he was just freaking out and paranoid. And they just wanted to help, you know? So yeah, good observation, Stefan.
So, Mr. Beach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification. It's State's Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just look up when you're done? So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
No, sir.
Okay. So at the top of the page, does it say something there?
Meta Platform Businesses Record?
Meta Platform Business Records?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Meta?
No, sir.
All right, so let's look on, does it say what the service is there?
Facebook.
Okay. And then halfway down the page, does it say first and last name?
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name is Beach.
Okay, and I want to talk about the specific records.
Yes, sir.
If I can have just a moment.
Oh my word, yes, T.D. McCroy. So someone said that the other day too, that a cardboard cutout of Adam should be there. Or they should have him on whatever Zoom or whoever he's watching. On Zoom though, in that little yellow outfit of his, right? Yeah, they should have him on there at all times if he doesn't want to be in the courtroom.
So I'm just going to ask that you review page 139, and I'm going to point you right here. If you can start there, and then this is front and back, so you just go through.
Would you like me to read out loud? Or?
No, just to yourself. So I'm going to draw your attention to right here, this message. So having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you reached out to the defendant about the U-Haul?
I mean, it's right. I don't remember it, but it states right there. So yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to ask you to read that top message.
Out loud.
Nope, to yourself. And is that the same message you just read on your...
No, on the display. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with respect to these messages, are they fair and accurate in terms of the messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 140 and mark full and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
140 is communication as opposed to the certified records. No objection to 140.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Okay. I'm going to take these back.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask that you hold on to this because we're going to go through it.
So, Melly Lynn says Adam was fine going to the weapons trial and also strip searched. He was fine going to the weapons trial. I wonder if it's his demeanor or the tattoos on his face, like the teardrop tattoo, that they didn't want the jury to judge him by that. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's a defense strategy more than him being like, no, I don't want to be strip searched. I think they found a loophole, a way for him to not be in the courtroom because he was there for the weapons trial for all 4 days. I must say, though, he was clenching his jaw and staring at all the witnesses and staring down at everyone and looking at the jury. So, yeah, definitely an intimidating wannabe. I would say a total coward, but you know what I mean. It's, I think this would be a defense strategy to not have him there. And if he does eventually, you know, come into the courtroom, I actually posted on X earlier. I don't know if you guys saw it. If you follow me on there, that I would imagine. Let me just see if I can find it quickly, and then I'll keep playing this. Hold on one second. Shouldn't be far down here. I would imagine him looking like he did when he spoke to the judge that time. Like this. So I said, if he testifies, I expect these types of faces made by him as he slinks around and he shackles like a man wronged by these offensive claims. Those little eyebrows he does. Highly manipulative little man, isn't he? Okay, sorry. Back to the testimony. Here we go.
So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, State's Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you. Other than the little red sticker at the bottom, is that the same image that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things. Starting with the top message, can you tell us who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to author.
Travis Beach.
Okay, and that's you.
Correct.
So these are the messages we've gone over before, but obviously this is brand new to the jury. Terry Dunn says, does anyone know when he got his teardrop tattoo? He got it around 2007 or before that, because that's where we've dated it back to on these dark criminal past that video that I did for you guys. If you go all the way back, I can go as far back as 2007-ish, when he already had that tattoo.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? And it's right below the author's name.
March 4th, 2020 at 1947.
And do you see where it says UTC?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
No, sir.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you wrote? The slide immediately, or the message that says body.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
And after you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next, where it says body?
ASAP.
So if you can refer to the message below, can you tell us who the author of that message is?
Facebook.
Okay, and is there a specific number attached to that?
Next to Facebook?
Next to Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that number is? Can you read it for us?
100009078885803.
Okay, and you initially said this was your communication with the defendant.
Damn, he made him read out all those numbers. Facebook 10000. Oh my goodness. Law nerd Amber, it's nice to see you. He said, I'm 30 minutes behind, but wanted to say I come here specifically for your added commentary. Thanks, G Mods and Grizzly. Thank you so much for being here.
Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name? When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams?
Adams.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery?
Okay. And that's no longer there, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author. And if you can read the date and time of the response.
3/4/2020, 1947.
So if you can go to the actual next message where it says sent.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent under the Facebook author. So the next line down from that.
Yep. 000820.
Okay, and what's the date associated with that time? And I have it up behind you if you need to refer to that.
3/5/2020.
Okay. And if you can refer to the actual body of the message that you received from the defendant, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Okay, you skipped one message. If you can go up to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right, and let's go to the next message. If you can tell us that's also from the defendant, can you verify that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the time of that message?
000844.
And that again is UTC.
Yes, sir.
And same date as the last message. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, now let's go to the body of that message. If you can read that to the jurors.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Do you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
No.
I don't believe he was alone in the U-Haul, if I'm understanding correctly, and from what the PCA said, because Trevor said that he thinks they went to the west side of Manchester and drove all around the county. That's what he said. So I'm thinking he was with them in the U-Haul. That's what I understand. Right? I think afterwards, Adam may have dropped the U-Haul off himself. But I don't think for that entire trip he was alone.
And let me back up. You said earlier you didn't know what he was using this U-Haul for.
Correct.
Did you ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up, and during the day, he said he was having problems with DCYF, so I kind of figured that he was moving.
And were you aware that he had just moved into that apartment?
No, sir.
That's also interesting, because we haven't heard that before. That, Adam had all his stuff packed up from that Union Street apartment. So he's like pretending to move. Because we all wonder, why the hell would Adam need a U-Haul to do whatever it is that he thought he was doing? Like, what was he doing? It still doesn't quite make sense. Like, his plan is pretty dumb, But it's a very odd little plan, that. But having all his stuff packed up as well, interesting.
Did you ask Kayla what the U-Haul was for?
I wasn't allowed to talk to Michaela.
Why weren't you allowed to talk to Kayla?
I didn't ask.
Mr. Beach, did you ever meet a child named Adam Montgomery?
No, sir. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. No additional questions for you, sir.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jamie.
It's cross-examination time, and wow, he wasn't allowed to talk to Kayla. Adam said he may not talk to Kayla. Oh, okay, that's also interesting. You see all the puzzle pieces. Shame they're falling into place, eh? I think the state's case is getting stronger and stronger. What do you think?
Brooks and I represent Mr. Montgomery. You indicated on direct examination that you reconnected with Adam. I believe you said it was February of 2020?
I didn't say February.
Do you know when it was?
Honestly, no.
But it was at the Mall of New Hampshire?
Correct.
Food court specifically?
Correct.
Fair to say that it was prior to these March events?
Yeah. Yes.
T.D. McCoy says they had just moved into that apartment, so I think it was still packed. Maybe. It just seems like he's conning his friends, you know, like saying, you know, like, because this friend believed, oh, okay, he's probably moving or something. Because why else would he need a U-Haul, you know? Very interesting. Adam's very manipulative, as we know, from his criminal past as well.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court?
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
There are no additional questions for this witness and ask that he be excused.
All right, all right, you may step down. You are excused, sir.
Okay, that's it from Travis Beach. Yeah, Adam is, as you guys are saying, such a control freak. As I've speculated before, I think he would go under the banner of a coercive controller. He's also a stalker from the past. We looked at his criminal past. I'm not just saying that. Like, he stalked people, stalked girls with knives and all sorts of weird things that he's done. So, a DV aggressor, all of that. That doesn't take away from, even though on the first Friday of this trial, we gave Kayla the benefit of the doubt. Someone said she could still be a victim and a scumbag, because Kayla herself is questionable. My opinion of her changed over time, right? However, I would still say Adam really fits the profile of a coercive controller, a domestic violence abuser, and all the other words we could possibly come up with. Also, I'm just reminding everyone, please refrain from commenting on the witness's appearance. If you want to snark, direct it at Adam. Okay, you could snark at Adam. Also, tomorrow we'll have a member stream, which is a snark tank. Which we call it sometimes. Tonight, well, whatever time it is for you, today we're going to have a Patreon-only live stream as well, right after the trial finishes, okay? So there's many places that you could just vent a little bit. We still never bully. We just snark, maybe at Adam, for example. Yeah. Or we rewatched Caroline, the defense attorney, doing squats yesterday. That was so funny. I'm like, oh my word, she was demonstrating. That was classic. So we need a few light moments here and there, and Caroline provided that yesterday. So now Travis Beach is done. Let's see who else they call up for the day.
Yes?
I'm Jess saying, says if he was good at being a criminal, he wouldn't have been caught so many times. I don't think he masterminded much, just begged friends for whatever he could. Yeah, he's just manipulative. Definitely a criminal from when he was 12 years old is what his rap sheet shows. So, yes, he was also drug dependent, so that would possibly limit his masterminding at times. But yes, begged friends for whatever he could get. I wouldn't even say begged. I think he's highly manipulative and controlling, and he seems to have scared people, right? I don't see Matt Johnson there today. Maybe he's on the other side. Oh, they want us to do crickets. Okay. That's crickets for Adam. I think the cameraman does like it. Someone was saying they think that the cameraman does it for us now. Maybe. Hi, cameraman. Okay, or camera person. We don't know who they are. All right, so let's go forward a little bit there. Okay, here's a new witness.
Good morning, Ms. Hilbert. Good morning. If you would please watch your step on the boards there, and if you could just remain standing when you get to the podium, please. Sorry, I have just a little bit of that issue. Hilbert, you go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Hilbert, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Tarah Hilbert, Tarahhilbert.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. And what town are you living in right now?
I think we saw this lady. Well, we didn't watch the trial together, but I did watch the weapons trial as well, and I did show you the highlights of that. I think we saw this lady either in the highlights reel, whatever I made for you there, the highlights clips, or I saw her at the weapons trial. I think this lady also lived at the Union Street apartments or something. Let's see.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And where do you live? What street?
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere, but
Okay. So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
if the landlord needs help, yes.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
And yesterday somebody said Orange Street. Oh, it was the maintenance guy, the cleaner of the drain. He said Orange Street is right across from that Union Street place. Yes.
5 years? 4 years? 5 years?
4 or 5 years. And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade. All right. What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties are to the jury?
I will help maintenance clean out apartments if they need it. Clean before tenants moving in. I will completely finish cleaning it. I'll meet with new tenants before moving in, give them keys. If anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me, and I take care of it.
I'm about to say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door
Yes.
since you're right there?
Yes.
Right. Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know?
We saw Dennis Cloutier. That's who I'm talking about. On the stand yesterday, the maintenance guy who helped Adam unclog a drain. Obviously, no one knew what Adam was doing with that drain. We know now, in hindsight. Also, someone saying, are they sped up? It's at 1.1 speed.
Know him?
That is our maintenance man.
Big beard?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known him?
8 years.
And with regards to the properties that you talked about you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union Street?
Yes.
Mr. Cloutier, do you know whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Yes.
If I could approach, please, Your Honor.
So I'd like to go ahead and show you 2 exhibits.
I'd like to show you what's marked states 136 and 137. And just ask generally whether or not you recognize those images.
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
This is my building that I live in.
Okay.
This is the corner of Orange and Union, and then the other property of Union Street.
All right. I see that's all on 136. And what about 137?
That is my back parking lot.
Okay. Back parking lot for your building. Is it also the back parking lot for 644 Union?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to leave these up here with you for a moment. But I'm also going to project them up on the screen. Specifically looking at Exhibit 136, if you could just look onto the screen for a quick minute, Ms. Hilbert, just to confirm that's the same image.
Yes.
All right. And you went ahead and said that there was, well, could you please point out where 640?
Oh, buckle up, everyone. They've got Google Earth going. It's kind of like when we do Maptime, you see. 644 Union Street. Okay, here we go.
Before Union Street is in this, kind of the intersections.
This is Orange Street. This is Union.
Okay.
This is 644.
So that's 644. The building that's right on the corner of Orange and Union, is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay. And what about the building just to the right? If we go, would that be west on Orange Street there? Yes. Is that also one of the properties that you manage?
That's my building.
That's your building. Okay. With regards to a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. And who's that?
It was a old tenant of ours.
Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in? That one there?
Yes.
All I'd like to switch now to Exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk. Okay. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection?
This is Orange Street.
Mm-hmm.
All the way up, and that's Union.
Okay. So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back?
Well, these are 3 separate numbers: 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
Yes.
Right. And could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Right here.
Right there. Okay. And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of orange?
This one, yes.
That's the one, okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Hilbert. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery.
I do.
How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And then I feel like it had to do with the kids, because I had a child their children's age.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of just went from there.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes.
2.
2. Did your child and their children play together sometimes? And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More at the parking lot on my side.
Okay.
But, yeah.
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
He was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment?
No.
Okay. Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house a couple times.
And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
Okay. What time of year was that?
Summertime.
Like a grill out or something?
Yes.
Right. Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony, and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you?
Yes.
And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020?
Yep.
All right. Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as well? With regards to, let me just say this. Did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
Okay.
Lowell, Mass.
Very interesting that Adam Montgomery chose to tell this lady about Harmony, because to everyone else who's all paranoid didn't want to talk about it, right? But to this lady, obviously felt comfortable with her, was friends with her, kind of, and just told her that he has a daughter named Harmony and that Harmony's with her mother in Massachusetts, which was not true.
Yes.
All right. That's your memory?
Yeah.
And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So that's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay. All right. With regards to the residents at Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean...
Adam and Kayla. Oh,
okay.
is that what we were talking about?
Well, yeah, let me revise the
Sorry.
question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Yes, if you could.
So their back door is like right there.
Okay. So I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right-hand side of the, or top right-hand, let's say, quadrant of the image. Is that right? Would you say that's the top right area of that photo?
To me, it's left, but...
Top left. Okay. Top left of the stairs. Okay. But overall, if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right-hand side of the photo?
Yes.
All right. With regards to the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings?
From other tenants, yeah.
From other tenants?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever receive one from Adam Montgomery?
Not that I recall. I think everybody stayed away from him. They just stayed.
Objection. Sustained.
I'll rephrase it.
I like the way that Caroline objects. She's always like, objection. It always sounds like the audacity, objection. Yeah, yesterday's one as well.
Question, Ms. Hilbert. So, with regards to that particular building, did you ever respond to any sort of noise complaints at that building?
No.
Okay. And I mean 644 Union Street, that building?
No.
All right. And let me ask, with regards to Adam Montgomery, did he ever tell you where they were living prior to them living at 644 Union?
Yeah, they told me that they had stayed with.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. What, if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming to be with you?
I knew about the FIT program they were in, and then.
Did he ever say about any other residence he lived in before FIT?
A car.
A car. Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery. Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were, but what were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
Sometimes through Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch, parking lot.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away from the Union Street apartment?
I did.
Why?
So we're going to hear that now. This is the timeline is just April 2021. I just want to make sure everyone knows that it's, Harmony was allegedly murdered on December 7th of 2019. The U-Haul stuff happened in March of 2020. So this is now a year later. They're talking about April of 2021. Marley said she said everyone stayed away from them. Yep. And Dr. Bullbutter, I really like that name. You said, I just became a paid member of Patreon. Happy Friday, everyone. Thank you so much. Patreon is such a great source of support. And please check the post that I put up today because we're going to have a Patreon-only live stream later. So you'll find the link there. Please don't share the link, and I'll see you there later, okay? Thank you for being here. So now, April of 2021. Let's hear what she says she witnessed with Kayla.
Because Adam had beat her pretty bad.
Oh, man.
How did she
Okay.
look when you saw her?
Okay. So, trigger warning for domestic violence. If you've experienced domestic violence, then the following testimony from what I'm saying here could be triggering for you. Also, remember to share the DV distress signal as well. If you see anyone doing this, it's usually a DV distress signal, but it could be any distress signal. It could mean they were abducted, kidnapped, that they need help, that something, it's a date gone wrong, or whatever it is, they need help. So either talk to the manager where you're at, or call the police. Call the police is preferable, but do something. They're asking you for help. I mean, sometimes, as we saw from a video previously, they might even just signal it just quickly, So just know that that's what it means. It's a distress signal.
Saw her.
Really bad.
And when you say really bad, can you describe where you saw, did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
Where did you see those injuries?
Her eyes, her nose, she was covered in blood.
Where did you take her?
To a hotel in Oxford.
When was the last, did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel in Hooksett?
Her two boys. And the little girl that she had just had.
The baby? Later on, did the Montgomerys, both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery and the children, move out of that apartment?
Yeah, they got evicted.
Okay. Were you a part of the clean out that was done on that apartment?
Was not.
Who would have come in to do that clean out?
Dennis.
And when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them and the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on those apartments?
Pretty much just throw everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up, put the trailer, and take it to the dump.
What about with regards to any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
Yes.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior. Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
I'd say a week to 2 weeks.
Okay, so a week to 2 weeks assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
So they got evicted from that apartment as well, which was the Union Street one, because they got evicted from that house at 77 Guilford Street, but then also this Union Street apartment. And Kayla then later ended up back at a fit shelter. We remember reading about that. Now I'm going to show you a distressing image. Okay, I'm going to show you the image they showed already in the trial of Kayla's face, how it looked with the bruises. Okay, so trigger warning. There, that is the picture that they showed us. She definitely looks different there. I don't know if that's from the time frame, but I would assume so. I do think they said 2021 when they showed us that image. Oh, sorry, wrong image. There we go. Okay.
Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Hilbert, thank you very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hebert, you testified about a conversation with Adam where he indicated that Harmony was with her mother and you thought perhaps Lowell.
Yes.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And he sort of asked, well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Yes.
Now, you also talked about seeing Kayla with black eyes.
Yes.
And you're pretty emotional about that, right? Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Not just that.
Oh, right, of course. But one of the reasons was that she was quite dear to you.
Yes.
And over the course of the time that she moved in, you didn't really meet him for about 6 months, but then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
Slowly, but yes.
And during that, after Kayla was arrested, you contacted her in jail.
Yep.
And you remained good friends with her.
For about a month, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No additional questions.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
Witness is excused.
Damn. Christopher Knowles is pretty rough with that mic. Careful, sir. That thing is on. Okay, you're hurting our ears. Wow. Okay, so that was Tarah Hill.
Statement called its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state would like to call Ms. Jessica Guerin. Stand, please. Please go up right near the bailiff, and once you step on the electrical cords there, and if you would please remain standing at the witness stand when you get there.
You make sure your phone is turned off.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guerin, if you would please go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Ms. Guerin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name? Oh, I apologize. Did I leave some photos up? Thank you very much.
Oh, maybe it's not. I'm so sorry. I thought I got it all. I'm shutting it off right now.
Uh-oh. Got another phone on yesterday. What is his name? Dennis Cloutier. he also had his phone on. Oh dear. So this lady has to turn her phone off. And Jessica, I'm just waiting to hear how to spell her last name there.
Is it off or in mute?
I'm sorry, I don't know. It's a new phone. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it off all the way.
Well, we will try to make our testimony quick, but we do need to have it in mute, please.
Yep, I'm doing it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Guerin.
So sorry.
That's okay. If you would please go ahead, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Jessica Guerin, Jessicka-Guerin.
And Ms. Guerin, are you a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
How long have you been living in state?
About 13 years.
Well, 13 years.
I'm just going to I'll ask both of you, please keep your voices up. It's a big room. All the jurors need to be able to hear you.
And we would like to ask that they also ask the the defense, right? when they walk away from the mic, especially Caroline, keep your voices up. So Jessica Guerin. Okay, this is direct examination. The state is asking. Dr. Berry says, wow, she's able to have a phone. We can't bring phones into VA courthouses, only lawyers. Interesting. Yes, and yesterday as well, there was a witness whose phone went off too. Oh dear.
Ms. Guerin, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester.
And how long have you been living in Manchester?
About a year.
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school.
Okay. What are you studying?
Psychology.
Okay. And where are you studying psychology?
UNH.
UNH. And how much longer do you have to go on your program?
About 3 years.
And let me ask you, what sort of work have you had up until this point?
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs, Dunkin' Donuts.
All right. You said you've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist, so when clients would come in, they were usually pretty emotionally in the air. So I was the person that kind of helped keep them level-headed and stay.
Okay.
I would run groups also.
Did you ever meet, and separate from that, I'd like to ask, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead and show you
What's been marked Exhibit 101? Do you recognize this person?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And who's that?
Adam Montgomery.
Adam Montgomery? The person that you met in May 2021?
Correct.
Yes, you also know an individual by the name of Shane Perkins.
I do.
Okay, and how do you know Shane Perkins?
It was somebody that I dated that was a friend of Adam's.
Was that back during this same time period of 2021?
Correct. It's right when I met Adam.
At the time, where was Shane living?
At one of the facilities.
Okay, and with regards to Adam Montgomery, do you know where he was living back then?
Yeah, same house.
Same house?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that house? What city?
Auburn Street. I think it was 241 Auburn Street.
Oh, right here in Manchester.
Correct.
All right.
So my understanding, she's a recovery support specialist. This should be interesting. Objection Cake says, love when people say, I'm not doing whatever, and then proceed to do so. Keep it Grizzly. You know, when it's like, no offense, but it's one of those vibes, right? Objection Cake? No offense, but I mean no disrespect, but yes, keep it Grizzly.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant, or generally, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about children or his children?
Yeah, we used to have quite a few in-depth conversations.
All right. How many children did he say that he had?
So for the most part, I only knew of the two boys. At one point, he mentioned having a daughter, but it was very quickly and brushed off.
You say very quickly and brushed off. What do you mean by brushed off?
He kind of he just changed the subject as fast as he could.
Okay. Do you ever remember having a specific conversation with him about his daughter? And by this, I guess I want to ask, first of all, do you remember where this conversation was, where it took place?
Yeah, actually, it was right at the corner of Union Street and Auburn Street.
Okay.
Dollar Deluxe, I believe. I was sitting outside.
All right. And who were you with when you were outside?
Originally, I was just sitting by myself waiting for Adam.
Okay. And
I just want to say that I think it's the court's lunch break now, because I see there's a huge influx, of people around this time. So if you are just, coming from wherever now, firstly, we don't want any spoilers. Secondly, yes, we have delayed coverage so that we can skip over the lunch, so that we don't have to wait around like that. You know what I mean? So we start 2.5 hours later, and then as soon as there's coffee breaks, long sidebars, or witness not appearing, or whatever delays there are, we just skip over that. And we learned this from the Burgos Aviles trial. That trial we thank always for teaching us this, because that was the worst amount of sitting around and tardiness ever. It was the worst trial bubblus, which means a trial hangover, that we ever got. There was so much waiting. So now we try to minimize that waiting time so we could focus for as long as possible on all the information that's shared. And even though when there's experts on the stand, there's so much information, I got like a little buggy on my lip now. Freddie decided to sit here while I'm talking. Hold on. Sorry, I'll do this and then I'll get Freddie off my lipstick. It's like a little michi, we call it in South Africa. Can you still hear me? So, that is what we do, a 2.5 hour delay. Okay, let me play this and get Freddie sorted.
Waiting for Adam?
Yep.
Okay. And did he join you?
Yep.
All right. And at some point, were you waiting for anybody else while the two of you were there?
Not really. That was a little muffled. So Shane had been having a really bad day, and he was sleeping, and I was messaging back and forth with Adam, waiting for him to come out so I could give him some flowers and a card that I had given, so that way when Shane woke up, he would have it there.
Oh, okay. And when you were talking with Adam, had you already dropped those things off? Had you already handed those to go in for Shane?
Not quite. He was sitting with me. We were just actually, we sat in my car for a good hour and a half talking.
Okay. And during that conversation, did you talk specifically with him about a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He never specified a name. He had mentioned that he had 2 boys and a daughter, but he had dropped the daughter off at her mother's in Mass somewhere.
Damn, so that's the second lady he's telling. There's not all that close to that he's saying, I have a daughter, but I dropped her off at her mother's house, or like she's at her mother's house. Very interesting. Also, thank you so much, Barbara, for letting me know. You said the overlap of the snark, black box, and the closed captioning make it hard to read the captioning. I will change that now. Thank you so much for letting me know.
And just kind of change the subject as fast as possible.
You said I want to make sure I got that right. And you said that he told you that he dropped off his daughter at her mother's in Mass, and does that mean Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yep.
All right. And then you said he quickly what?
We brushed off I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the conversation switched very rapidly.
I can just have a moment, Your Honor. Let me just ask you, Ms. Guerin, when was the last time?
I hope the new banner helps so that you can actually see the closed captioning. Sorry about that. Didn't realize.
That you talked with Adam Montgomery?
Actually, I was just looking at my messages a couple days ago I think it was like March of 21.
So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Guerin. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions.
You may sit down.
No cross-examination. Okay.
Statement called to next witness.
Okay, well, I'll wait for the next witness. Hope always says, I'm late regarding the map, which if you guys didn't see it, we did some map time at the beginning of this live stream. And then I went over some of the details of the probable cause affidavit so that we would be fully prepared for Travis Beach's testimony. So Hope always said, I'm late regarding the map. Didn't Adam go to Revere to dispose of Harmony, which would make up the 13 miles the police searched wetlands in Revere? Interesting and very sad that, of course, they didn't find anything. They might have, Adam may have actually gone there as well. Thank you so much for that information. I know I'm showing the map. I'm doing it while we're waiting. Over here. Here? That one?
We can approach.
Why doesn't show it? Ah, okay. So they're approaching. There's a sidebar, as you can hear. Interesting. Thank you, Hope Always. So you're talking about here. Around this area. So there's also more water here, of course. Wow. Okay, so going from Tobin Bridge to there. I see what you mean. I see. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, crickets again. Crickets for the coward. Okay, so let's go forward.
Now and then mid-morning break now. Don't talk to each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything online. And we will see you hopefully in 15 minutes or so. There, like I said, there are a couple of things, so maybe a little longer, but we'll get you back in here as soon as we can. All right? All rise for the jurors, please.
Clara says, oops, try again. Adam says, had a daughter, past tense. Ooh, good catch as well. You're right. Okay, so we've got the mid-morning break, which we're going to skip over, but let's hear what the attorneys say outside of the presence of the jury. Suzanne, I'm so sorry that you're getting a migraine. Those are the worst. I get them too, and I hope you feel much better soon.
Before you... well, can we just... You may be seated.
Okay, but for real, is the cameraman doing this for us? He's showing that chair an awful lot these days. Okay. Oh man, okay, let's go forward. Okay, there are no conversations outside of the presence of the jury. So it's a mid-morning break. This is why we start later, so that now we can just fast forward over this. Oh, that's Crystal. This is Harmony's biological mother sitting here that they're focusing on right now. Crystal Sorry. If you didn't know. So she is in the courtroom today. I think she's been on there many days. She just had to leave the one day early, of course, when Kayla was on the stand and describing all that sinister stuff. Crime Curious, great to see you. Welcome. Okay. I'm just showing you this so that we can see Crystal sitting there. And then I'm going to go forward again. Cameraman likes the crickets. Wow, that's quite a long break they had there.
Her toy, Declan hit her with the bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it and she's afraid and she couldn't. She needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Giles. Your Honor, I understand that limiting instruction is appropriate. We would ask it be given at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the questioning that you just heard about what did Kayla say, the responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness. Okay, so the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked. Okay, so not for the truth, but for assessing credibility. All right.
It is still morning. Good morning, Miss Giles.
Good morning.
Okay, so now it's cross-examination time. Ed says, the cat's out of the bag, no point in blurring her face now. Well, then you don't know how I roll. Even if the court sometimes has a mess or two, I will always do my part so that I can do my best to protect who needs to be protected or show what shouldn't be shown, like we do in other trials, to not show graphic photos or things like that. I always do my very best. So I'm now on like high alert. A little bit stressed. That was stressful. Shame, man. This poor woman. My goodness. Okay, so cross-examination. I've also now taken her name out of the banner because it's actually not good. They shouldn't have had her. They shouldn't have arrested her to be here. You know, if she's escaping someone like an Adam, yeah, let her not be here. There's a reason why she didn't show up. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Well, I hope she will stay safe. I hope she has lots of support. Now let's listen to the cross-examination.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today. You are saying that when you were at the shelter at FIT in January and February of 2020, you observed bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022?
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago. And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to a
Okay.
Thank you so much.
She's got very short answers, but I understand why. Does anyone feel mad? I feel really angry right now that just, come on, man. Why'd they have to actually say that? Like, this is the witness. This is her name. Then they put her on camera for a bit. Then she's off camera. I mean, I think the court should be more protective.
This interview conducted by Detective Dunleavy in June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
You do not remember where it was?
No, he's come to my house a couple of times. He came to, my house a couple of times. And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview specifically that was recorded?
Sure, yeah. It was at when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at the police department.
Okay.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know what it was about. It was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions. It was over a year ago. I'm lucky if I remember what happened dinner last night.
This interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Rahill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
And when you were there for this interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Nancy, come on, man. We're protective over here, especially of victims of domestic violence and all that. You say her abuser isn't... how do you know? How do you know he's not hanging outside the court in hopes of finding her? Why is she crying on the stand then? Why did she not want to come? Why did she get arrested? She's terrified of him. As she should be. We know how those situations go. I'm mad at the court. I really hope that she... And please don't tell me to chill out. It's my channel, okay? You're making me mad. You guys are going to see me more snarky than ever now. I'm so mad at this court, man. Come on, man. Protect the victims of domestic violence. What is going on here? They could have had her on Zoom. They could have had her not spelling out her name. They could have not shown her. I mean, come on. It just makes me so mad. Out of protection, you know? Like, is this really worth it? Is this, the questions they're asking, is it really worth her safety? It's a very serious situation. She has a restraining order against the abuser. Wow.
Yes.
And you wanted to do everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right?
Yes.
You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
I believe so, yeah.
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Okay.
By okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news. I don't have cable.
But you do recall that this interview was regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
The police asked you about the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the fit shelter, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022 recorded interview whether you were aware of any domestic violence between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Yes. And I said no.
You said that Kayla on occasion referred to Adam as a dick, right?
Yes.
But you did
Okay, there's some accuracy. Very nice, okay.
not state that you had observed at any point any bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla had confided in you about any domestic violence.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again, an interview where you knew what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
Okay.
By okay, you mean yes?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
She got no time for the defense. And she's like, Shame, man.
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were just asked, you didn't say anything about the domestic violence, about the abuse that you saw on Kayla in June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahal coming to meet with you in January of this year to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Was this not rehabilitate?
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, you were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence with Kayla back in June of 2022. What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories of different things and demeanors and situations.
When you were speaking with police in June of 2022, did you want to have anything to do with the investigation?
No, I did not.
Okay. And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
Because I'm a mother and I feel for Harmony's family.
Okay. And your testimony here today about what you saw, what you experienced, and what you heard people say with regards to that, is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Giles, the interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry, but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
And again, this was not a short interview. You covered a lot of territory during that interview, correct?
I think I was there for about an hour, yeah.
If I were to, just about an hour you said, right?
I think.
So if you were told that the interview began at, say, for example, 10:24 and ended at 11:20, that'd be about an hour, right?
Yes.
And you were there voluntarily that time.
Yeah.
And you were there to help.
Do what I could, and didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, so she may go.
Okay, now I'm going to be very careful because just now they show her like leaving the courtroom as well. I mean, we don't need to add to this. We're not going to contribute to this. Oh my goodness. CJ says her treatment is appalling. I'm angry. He's unnecessarily condescending. I won't chill out either. Right with you there, CJ says. Okay, I just want to take this off the screen for a second just to see if they show her while she's leaving.
Ma'am, you may be excused. You're not to take pictures on the way out.
Let's see if they do. Wait, I know you can't see, I'll tell you. There she's walking out. Good job, good job. Okay.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state.
Good job, cameraman. Didn't show her leaving. We just saw like her walking by. Just her legs. Okay.
Calls Mr. Michael Dobe to the stand.
Michael. There's Matt Johnson. Here he is. I always think of Matt Johnson with Sarah Boone's letter calling him out like, that Matt Johnson pretended to be my friend. I don't know if you guys heard that letter with me. I think we actually read through it on a members only stream, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, here's Matt Johnson from Court TV. So now they've got the next witness. So that was a witness. I'm just going to put a name in brackets on here. That was witness number 39. So witness number 40 is coming up. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Just remember, I'm not trying to like be snappy at someone or snarky for no reason. I feel very protective, especially over victims, you know, well, of any kind, but of domestic violence. I mean, this woman is clearly scared for her own safety. So when someone says, oh, just relax, oh my goodness, have we not watched any true crime? These situations can escalate really quickly and she could be in danger, and I hope that she will be kept safe. I mean, she does have a restraining order. So as we know, paperwork doesn't do much though in the situation. So I hope that she will be kept safe. Okay. Oh man, Phantom says now she's probably going to jail, G. I hope not. All right. So now let's see who the next witness is. Oh, and Mr. Grizzly brought me a boba. You guys know I love this.
Please go to the witness stand. Please watch your step on the court there. And remain standing when you get there, sir. Please raise your right hand.
Who recognizes this guy? Come on, people. Do you remember him? If you did the homework, you remember him, huh? When I showed you all the clips from the weapons trial? I hope I'm right. But I think this is the Walmart security guy, is it not? When I see him, I'm like, Walmart, I knew it. Okay.
I always swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please wait for your answer. Dope, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Michael Dobe, Michael Dobe.
And Mr. Dobe, what town do you live in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
Okay. And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep, so I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid, Walmart, and Macy's.
I knew it.
Are you still working at Macy's now?
I am not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the police academy.
Okay. And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year?
Correct.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart. What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
Okay. Now, if we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street is?
Me personally, I would just go up Central Street to Beach, take a right onto Beach to South Willow, and then South Willow to Gold Street, and then the Walmart's right there.
How long did you work at that particular Walmart?
Approximately 2 years.
And what are the other Walmarts that you've worked at?
There was a few. Keene.
An honorary Grizzly who worked at Walmart. Huh? Okay, there's no true crime case, unfortunately, without a Walmart, it seems. Walmart security. So we might actually see some of that body cam that they've shown before. I think they showed that at the weapons trial because we saw some of that, but the jury hasn't seen that. So let's see if what they talk about here.
Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
In regards to the Manchester one, was there anybody else that was working security and asset protection with you at that location?
Yeah, there was a few of us.
And how were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off of the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the others.
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I am.
Okay. And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of that particular Walmart, the one here in Gold Street, what do I walk into, and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's two main entrances at Walmart. There's the grocery entrance and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area, health and beauty, stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the I should ask, is there a service counter?
There is.
Okay. And near the service counter, is there a device over there that's called an ECO, E-C-O, ATM?
There is.
ECO ATM. Could you explain to the jurors what an ECO ATM is?
So essentially, it's just a humanless pawn shop. You can put your electronic items in it, and it will give you cash.
And while you were there at that particular Walmart, had they always had an ECO ATM machine there?
As far as I remember, yes.
Had you ever used the ECO ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest extent, just to get an estimate to see how the kiosk worked.
Could you describe that for the jurors, actually? What's the process that a person would go through if they're going to go ahead and use this device to turn in an electronic device?
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it, or it does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate, and what does that estimate look like? Are we talking about dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then, have you taken it any farther with that particular machine?
I did not. It gives you the option to either agree to take the money or to give your property back, and I opted to get my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
Have you seen somebody use it that opts to go ahead and recycle their electronic device and get payment?
I haven't watched people start to finish do it, but I have seen people get cash out of the machine.
Okay. I'd like to ask, with regards to an interaction you had with the Manchester Police Department back in early January of 2022, were you ever requested for security camera footage from around that area of the Eco ATM and the entire store?
Yes.
And was that request for between the time period, for around December 30th or December 31st of 2021?
It was.
How familiar are you with the security camera layout at that Walmart?
Pretty good.
Can you describe it for us, the different types of cameras that are used and the different ways that you can either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep, so we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in one spot and don't move. Some are high up, some are low. And then we also have PTZs, which stands for pan, tilt, zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees, zoom in and out, and tilt up and down.
And where do you access the camera system?
From the Asset Protection Office.
And I take it working in asset protection, you had access to that office?
I did.
All right. With regards to the record.
December 30th or 31st of 2021. Okay, that's like just before Adam and then Kayla got arrested. Crystal Lynn says, I love the blue and your necklace. Thank you so much. The necklace doesn't really look so purple on camera, but it's a purple heart in honor of harmony. For Gannon's case, I wore a blue heart, so I thought I wish I could get a purple one. I believe it's a Swarovski one too. So there we go, for harmony. Maybe you could see it like that. Okay.
Recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded surveillance footage?
It just depended on the camera and how much activity was recorded on that camera, but it was anywhere between 2 to 3 months.
Were you asked to then, again, get video footage from December 30th or December 31st of 2021 and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I was able to do that.
So how did you do that? How do you obtain that for the officers when they requested it?
So pretty much generally what they do is they'll give me a time frame and a general description of what I'm looking for, and then I would review that video, and then I would burn the times associated with the video frames.
Were you able to find a specific time for an Eco ATM transaction that the police asked about?
I did.
And were you able, from viewing that video, to see the people who came in and made that transaction?
I was able to, yes.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record about their movements inside the entire store?
So I was able to see 3 people approach the Eco ATM machine, and then while one person remained at the Eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded to walk around the store.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I was.
And once you were able to see that footage, did you make a recording and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I did.
Yes, you may.
Joe, I'm going to show you a stick drive or thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 141. With regards to that particular thumb drive, are you familiar with that drive?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of that drive?
I was.
And what is on that drive?
The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
And for the purposes of today's hearing in this particular court proceeding, are those all of the recordings that are available for us today of that particular interaction, that Eco ATM transaction?
Yes.
And does that also include the other video cameras that you talked about that cover other areas of the stores and follow people around from one location to another?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular video files?
It is.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 141 to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
Only accordance with prior.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to see some Walmart footage now.
Joe, I would like to.
So the date that they said was December 30th or 31st of 2021, which is 2 years after Harmony was murdered. So let's see what they were doing in here.
Ask you, with regards to this particular series or this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself? Is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on this drive?
Some camera angles might have it on the screen when you're watching it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
Saved profile?
Yeah.
Dobe, what I'm going to do now is I'd like to have us take a look at the footage that you have, that you were able to provide. And if you can just give me a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen. Hopefully we'll have the footage over there.
We've got the water ASMR going. And looks like Bill Gates Working out technical.
Mr. Dobe, with regards to these
No tech issues yet for today. Just hope I didn't jinx it. Did I?
particular drive and its contents, I'd like to go ahead and show you the index of the files themselves. Excuse me. Apologize. With regards to that, is that accurate in terms of your listing of all of the files that are available on this particular drive?
Yes,
And you've reviewed each one of those videos, correct?
I have.
And again, they're accurate for what was provided.
Correct.
With regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring them back over on my screen. And then I would like to have you kind of take us through the store.
Okay.
And I'd like to watch different areas of this video footage. We may not watch every single one, but it's my understanding you testified these do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times of these three people being in the store.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that, I see that there's a title on the slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 135514. Is that a timestamp, sir?
Yes.
So the timestamp is recorded right on the file itself.
Correct.
And also I should ask, with regards to these videos, is any audio recorded here or is it just video?
Just video.
Just video. Excuse me just a second, sir. I apologize for the delay. So this is the Entrance General Merchandise video.
That's correct.
And
Can you believe it? We're watching Walmart videos now. Okay.
with regards to this, the people that you followed for this Eco ATM transaction, pardon me, that had been done on December 30th of 2021, if you would please point out the three as they come through the store.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll pause it.
These are the three individuals.
So, could you just...
Is this that, well, they'll tell us now, I'm sure. This looks like that property manager lady that we just saw, right, Tarah? It looks a little bit like her. That's probably Kayla. Here's Adam. The coward who's not in the courtroom. Whose trial this is. Okay.
Describe the very first person that's walking in that group, and I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket, and then there is another female behind her wearing a long sleeve blue shirt, and then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
Stopping the video in a few seconds into this, we're still seeing the same three individuals.
That's correct.
So this would be those three coming into the store?
That is correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that very exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for again?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Tilt zoom. Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Would camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that doorway?
Yes.
Playing that file. 1355-36.
And then
Yep, I'm going to pause it right there. Go ahead, sir.
these are the three individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
I don't remember exactly who was with them. It's Kayla and Adam and someone with them. I was guessing there, which is probably not good to do because we don't want to guess the wrong person. I don't know exactly who it is. I can't remember. But Keely says Kelsey's girlfriend, right? Can't remember. We'll hear it though.
That area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
I'd like to go to the service desk video that you provided, and I'm referring to track service desk overview monitor, again, on 12/30 of 2021, from 13:55:50 through 14:29. And I'm going to go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
And so what do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here, line of kind of blue. Are those checkout aisles that I'm seeing?
Yep, those are the front end registers.
And can you please point out where the Eco ATM machine is to recycle electronics? Where's that?
It's right here.
There. So you're pointing to the green device on the left-hand side of the screen up against a blue wall. Is that a good, accurate description?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and keep playing this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same 3 people come back. As a view of the camera.
These are the 3 right here.
Hold on a second. Right there?
Correct.
Could you please point out where those 3 are again? First.
Okay. 1 and a 2 and a 3. And here's that, what do they call it? An Eco ATM. Also, someone asked if we have Walmart in the Netherlands. No. In South Africa? No. I think they're only in America, right? Mm-hmm. It also doesn't look like Kayla, so let's just hear exactly who it is. I'm pretty sure it would be Adam in the picture, right? There's a dude there. We saw him block his face. So let's just listen carefully. I don't want to assume anything.
First of all, we'll start with the woman that was in the dark colored jacket from before.
Yep.
Okay. And the woman in the light blue colored sweatshirt. And the gentleman with the darker sweatshirt and the tan hat. I'm going to let this play for just a minute, and I'd like to ask you a couple of questions while it's playing. So
Okay.
I apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen right now as we're watching this. The woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
It appears pink.
And the gentleman with the dark sweatshirt, they've just pulled up his pants there with his tan colored hat. What color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Black. Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Eco ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in the device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get for that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I apologize. I think I was talking over something. So do we still see the same?
Okay, well, this should not be the point of conversation. Someone said that there's Walmarts in Europe, but when I just looked, it said there are no Walmart stores operating anywhere in Europe. That's what Uncle Google tells me. So I don't know where there's Walmarts. It doesn't really matter. I've never been to one. And we're seeing what's going on here. I do also vaguely recall it was Kayla, Adam, and then Kelsey, which was his girlfriend at the time. She later died from an overdose, which I believe was actually in 2022.
2 females that came in using the device?
That is correct.
And the gentleman, can we see that gentleman in the tan hat here?
No.
Shame. Imagine being any of these other people now being shown at this trial. They'll be like, oh, damn, I was there that day. Maybe they don't even know that they're on this video right now. But that would suck.
Can we see the gentleman in the tan hat now?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead and press play. Could you please stand up again for a moment and
Yep.
show us where he is?
Yep.
As we're watching the 3 of them at the machine, Mr. Dope, this particular camera, does this have the ability to zoom in, pan, or tilt, or is this just a fixed camera?
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in anymore.
That's correct.
Gentleman in the tan hat, you still see him in this at this point in the recording?
I do.
Point out where he is, please. Thank you.
He was arrested on January 4th of 2022. So about...
So if I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again,
if this was December 30th or 31st, well, little did he know. Happy New Year, and now you're in cuffs forever. So he was arrested on January 4th of 2022. This was December 30th or 31st of 2021.
Continuing to watch the footage together. With regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device records photographs of the individuals who are using the device?
It does.
Individual with the light blue colored sweatshirt, from this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It does appear that she is, yes.
And the other woman in the dark colored jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
And it's my understanding you've seen this video a couple different times, correct, Mr. Doe?
That's correct.
And this, standing at this particular device, this goes on for some time, is that right?
It does.
At some point, Mr. Doe, as we're watching along here, are we going to witness the gentleman in the tan hat with the dark colored sweatshirt and the possibly black shoes, or at least dark colored shoes? Are we going to see him walk away from the two women that are using the device?
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing, or has it changed?
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff t-shirt.
So, and during that time period, do you see the two women leave the Eco ATM while he's gone and then coming back changed?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with the male at some point.
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman in the tan hat ever stand up to the screen, or is he behind the ladies like he is now?
He's either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Which side of the machine?
The side closest to the registers. So from this angle, it would be the right-hand side.
Right-hand side. Top of the screen.
Correct.
Be interested to learn how this evidence ties in with Harmony's case, right? Phoebe says this is relevant because they used this cash to buy lime and power tools. I don't think that's correct. That was a different address, and this is a different date as well, because this is December 30th or 31st of 2021. They'd already bought the lime and the power tools in March of 2020. So, don't know what, unless they're cashing in still, checks for Harmony's like food stamps. So I don't know exactly what's going on here, but we'll figure it out. As they go along. It's interesting to see. I always like seeing surveillance footage and body cam and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure they're still going to show the police interview of Adam Montgomery, the body cams from when the police spoke to him, which was also around this date. So we'll have a look. New said maybe just for the credibility of Kayla. Maybe.
We're now about 9 minutes and 40 seconds into this particular camera footage. Can you still see the same three individuals?
I can.
Do you know how many items were recycled during this transaction?
I don't.
Ask specifically, do you know any of the individual items that were recycled during this transaction?
I just know of a phone, but I'm not sure of a particular phone.
So not a particular number or make or model or anything like that?
That's
just
correct.
A phone?
Correct.
All right, thank you. And the gentleman in the tan hat, where is he now at this point in the video?
He's still on the side of the Eco ATM machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the left-hand side of the machine.
I just wanted to see a tiny spoiler, just to see what are we in for, and I'm just checking what the latest is on X, which is hashtag Adam Montgomery Trial. So if you like it, share the stream. Please also share it with hashtag Adam Montgomery Trial. So at least I can get categorized and everyone can find it easily. I'm saying that because, of course, we just want to say hashtag Harmony or Justice for Harmony. But on social media, it helps to share it with that hashtag as well. I can't see anything there, but what Matt Johnson from Court TV said is that witness before, the woman who had to be arrested for not showing up twice to testify, told the jury about seeing Kayla with black eyes and suspected that Adam beat her every day. So, in all that anger about the situation, yeah, I guess we missed the importance of her testimony was to say that Adam is a violent man, which doesn't help his case at all, of course. You know, this helps the state's case against him for sure. Jill says they are selling a cell phone. I think you feed the info into the machine, it gives you a quote. Okay. They obviously need all the
Dobe,
circumstantial
if I could direct
evidence
your attention over to the right hand lower.
possible, because this is a no-body trial. There's Harmony's remains have never been found, so that's makes it very difficult. So every bit of circumstantial evidence matters.
Side of the screen as we're still watching what's unfolding. Can you tell us how long this video track is, please?
It's cut off a little bit, but I believe it's a little over 33 minutes.
33 minutes long.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that this individual is going to change his clothing, the gentleman in the tan hat.
That's correct.
Characterization, I think he testified he took off his jacket.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection is
withdraw.
sustained.
Yes, you're right. Mr. Dobe, I believe that, I apologize, you did testify at one point that he's going to take off his jacket, correct?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to move forward in time to a moment to when we see that, if we could, please.
Okay.
So I apologize, my eyes are not what they used to be for me to be able to see. Are we about 2 minutes or so? Oh, hold on a moment. At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking away?
He is.
Okay. And what about the...
I almost thought they'd say he walks away and comes back in a totally different outfit. You know, stealing from Walmart. Wouldn't be surprised if Adam did that. Also, thank you to Grizzly Cat for these beautiful pictures of Harmony. They've been brightened up and sharpened as well, so I really appreciate that.
young lady was wearing the dark jacket?
Yes, she's following him.
She's following him, okay. Now, I believe you said that you have other cameras in the store that cover different sections of the store. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regards to that, let me ask you, are any of those cameras a little bit closer to be able to see an individual's face or what they're wearing?
Yes.
And why is that? I'm going to pause the video here. Why is that? Why do you have cameras that are closer to people as compared to a camera like this, which appears to be up in the corner?
So some of the departments, we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of theft that comes out of that department. So there's better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer, not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor. And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle, the camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle, so you can actually see yourself in that aisle.
A customer can see themselves.
Correct.
In that aisle. Okay. And what's the point of having that set up?
So people know that they're on camera.
What I'd like to do is talk with you about, I'm going to leave this video footage here for a moment. I'd like to go to a different track, if I can, to one of those cameras, so you can kind of explain that to us. Specifically, I'd like to go to a track that you've provided listed Cosmetics EVPM6, again, on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33 through 14/28/51. Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
I do.
You stated before.
He's not a gentleman. I know he has to say that, but You see that, I don't know what to call him right now. I've got bad words in my head. See that thing on the right-hand side? The coward. You see him? You see him on the right-hand side? The defendant.
About his jacket. Is that still on or has that been removed?
It's been removed.
Could you please point out where the gentleman in the tan hat is? And the lady in the black coat. Is that the same, are those the same individuals that we saw before coming into the store together with the other female wearing the light blue sweatshirt?
Yes, that's correct.
Press and play. What's written on the back of his jacket there? The shirt, excuse me.
Staff.
Staff. And the front of the shirt, did you see the logo?
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that nature.
You have cameras on multiple areas of the cosmetics aisle, so can we follow where they went to right after they turned the corner there?
Yes.
I'd like to now play for you a track you provided listed Cosmetics EPVM4, again December 30th, 2021, 14/28/47 through 14/29/13, and ask you some questions about this. Two individuals that walked in the middle of the screen Did you recognize who they were?
Yep, those are the same individuals.
Now I'd like to move to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 6, December 30th, 2021, 14:29:10 through 14:29:21. These are the same individuals that we're seeing here on this video?
Yes.
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
I see the letters COO.
And from this aisle, does that progress to another aisle that has video footage of the two of them closer up like that?
I believe so, yes.
I'd like to now show you the file that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, December 30th, 2021, from 14:29.
I know I'm nitpicking, but I just wish they wouldn't call him the gentleman, right? Oh, it's just like, oh, no, 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 no. Do you see the male over there? That filthy male there. You see him? Yeah, the defendant. Yeah, that one. The gentleman.
9:18 through 14:32:16. Let us know if you see those same two individuals come on this video clip, please.
I do.
Could you point out where they are?
This is the male and then the female.
Can you still see the same tan hat from before?
I can.
In regards to these last three video clips that we've watched and the one that we're watching right now, do you see?
And we sure see the distinctive tattoo right there. Pennywise is on his neck right there.
The dark colored jacket that he had on from before?
He is not wearing the jacket.
I'm going to pause the video here about halfway through. Now, do you have a chance to see the other half of his shirt here?
I do.
Right. And do you recognize the logo on that shirt now that you see both halves?
Yes, it appears that it says Coors.
Press and play.
We can dream, right? Jennifer says, would it be inappropriate for the prosecutor to call him the scumbag in court? We can dream. If he's like, you see that? Just imagine it now. You see that scumbag over there? The one on the right? See him? Ah, that would be so nice.
Mr. Dobe, you said that some of the cameras are very close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you had when you were working at Walmart to the person's face and features?
The only other close ones I would think of would be the entrance and the exits.
And is there also kind of a, say, a middle view compared to kind of an eye in the sky for you? Is there one almost that's like in the middle where you get a little bit closer to the individual, but maybe it's not up on the ceiling?
Yes, there are some of those.
And specifically, do you have any like that that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to video?
Yes.
And, why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over the razor blade section?
It's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you've provided, razor blades, again, December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through 14:34:31, and ask you about this video. Is this that other view?
It is.
Can we see the same two people in this video?
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Let me start from the beginning again. Could you please let us know when you see them, and I will pause the video footage as we're playing back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Could you please point out where they are in this image?
Yep.
Thank you. Let's play. The cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera footage?
It's to the left.
To the left. Okay. Do you see them again?
I do.
Please point out where they are on the screen. So down at the bottom center, coming up the aisle.
That's correct.
Where are the exits for in relation to this aisle?
The exits?
Damn, that cough was loud in our ears, right? So apparently, they haven't said her name yet, but apparently the lady with him is Kelsey Small, who was his girlfriend at the time. Some people are confused, like, wait, wasn't he married to Kayla? Isn't he still married? Yep. He had a couple of girlfriends. We heard from one of his ex-girlfriends on, I think, the second day. The first day of witnesses. Right? There was one of them. I can't remember her name now. Got it written down here somewhere. But this was a girlfriend at the time, and she later died from an overdose.
Yeah. So the general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
So see, pointing to like the top right off the screen.
Correct. So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is the general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's farther down.
Same direction?
Correct.
And with regards to these two individuals, were you able to capture footage, or were you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting the store?
I was.
I'd like to specifically play, again, from the same exhibit, track that you provided entitled Exit Grocery, December 30th, 2021, from 14:36:25 through 14:36:34. You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And can you describe what he's wearing at this point?
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
And then, 2 more seconds in, you see the woman in the dark coat for them from before?
I do.
She's still wearing the dark coat.
She is.
With regards to all of the footage that's available on this particular drive, does it appear that she changes her appearance at all during the time that she's in the store?
It does not.
And other than the fact that he removes the dark colored jacket, does it appear that he changes his appearance other than the jacket?
It does not.
Do you know where that jacket went or where he placed it?
I do not.
And finally, back at the service desk monitor, we're to 32 minutes in. You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr. Doe?
I have.
And with regards to this, does this particular individual, the one in the light blue sweatshirt, stay there and finish a transaction before leaving?
She does.
Do you see her exit with the other two or not?
She does not.
I didn't notice now, but what did he do with his jacket, right? And yeah, well, so they just leave her behind? Okay.
She actually exits a different door.
Mr. Dobe, I'm going to end there. With regards to that and the other footage on there, once you had that provided, once you had that obtained, who did you provide it to the Manchester Police Department?
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk, but I know the video was for Detective Bergeron-Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage of that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, is there any additional footage of them closer up to the face, or what we see was as close as we could get?
That's as close as we could get.
Thank you. Just a moment, please, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Dobe. I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
Just excuse me, just briefly. For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is and how it works, you walk up to the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
And then you scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay. Okay. And have you seen? Never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. No, we'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is just the right time to take a lunch break, so thank you.
Yay, time to teleport. So Devin said, I do not understand how this testimony works into this trial for harmony. What I'm thinking is, obviously they have to show all circumstantial evidence, but there is a video that we've looked at before in the trial prep of when the police approached Adam sleeping in a car with that girlfriend, Kelsey, with him. He was wearing the same clothing, and I know it was at the end of 2021 there, right before he was arrested, so that would match up to this time as well. So maybe this would be leading into that. This could be the first piece of that puzzle, and then, you know, they've done this a few times in this trial, because there's a trial with circumstantial evidence, of course, where they show us something and we're like, you know, like with the maintenance guy at the fit shelter, we were like, that had a translator. What was the point of that? But later we found out, his fingerprints were also on that ceiling vent because he had checked it because of complaints of an odor. So that would be to rule him out, that they had him on the stand so that he could explain that, yes, on the maintenance guy there and all that. You see what I'm saying? So sometimes it doesn't quite make sense yet. And then later, whatever they're going to show us next, it'll be like, oh. So let's just hang in there.
Thank you for your attention this morning. We'll take a lunch break now, 1 hour, hopefully starting back in 1 hour. So please be back from lunch at 10 after 1. Okay, 10 after 1. Thank you, everybody.
I'll go forward as soon as we can see they're not saying anything outside of the presence of the jury. Anna Brown says, buckle up, it's teleport time.
All right. Any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
Your Honor, just with regards to the state's next
You can be
witness-
seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objection?
No. No.
Okay. Let's.
For the next witness, they want the lights to be dimmed due to a medical condition that he currently has. Okay.
surprise the jurors, and let's really start at 10 after 1. If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just let a court officer know or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available, okay?
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen. It is not about the next witness, and I'm sure the next witness will be a while, so it's nothing that needs to be brought up during lunch, but I don't know if I will have an issue or not.
If you do, let's try to, if you do and you do and we can address it before we come back, I'd rather do that than try to do it when we're, when we just have a short break. So if there's something you know that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Counsel, anybody needed for transport for tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Caroline, I'm glad we can hear that. She's laughing. Tomorrow, because tomorrow is obviously Saturday. You heard the judge said Tuesday. Why? Because on Monday, it's a public holiday in America. It's President's Day, I believe, is it? So, court, now we have that confirmed. I was wondering. I did hear a lot. I've asked this question before, and everyone in the USA is like, yes, Gisela. It's a public holiday. But I'm like, are you sure, though? How do we know? What are we planning? So on Tuesday is when the court resumes again for the trial, okay?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so that's that. Someone said, Algoma, it's movie time, turn down the lights. Or, as Judge, oh man, what is his name again? Vanner said in the Letitia Stark trial, perimeter lights. Let's dim the perimeter lights. And now we go forward. From here, 1 hour. Are we ready? Look at us teleport. This is just great. Let's go from there. Wasn't that nice? And I don't play adverts on my live streams here. Yeah, you might get one before the live stream starts, but you do not get adverts, by the way, okay, on my long trial live streams, because I myself would find that incredibly annoying. If you're watching trials and you don't have YouTube Premium. Oh, man, imagine having freaking adverts every 8 minutes.
State may call its next witness when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
And let me follow that up by also saying thank you for the PayPals, everyone. You guys are so sweet. Oh, my word. I got some yesterday. I got some today. Thank you so much. You support the work I do and on Patreon and all the ways that you guys support. Yeah, so then I choose to not. I don't have sponsorships and I don't play ads during these long trial days. No, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa. And before he comes in here, I would just ask that the court turn the lights down.
We're going to turn the lights down, please. We're turning the lights down. The witness has a light sensitivity right now, so we are going to be turning the lights down.
Shame. I wonder what the condition would be. Light sensitivity. We've seen a snippet of this detective before, Bergeron-Rosa. I remember the name because I think he was at the weapons trial. Okay. I wonder if he's the one that went to the body cam. We'll see. We'll see.
Perfect. Just be careful of the wires, please.
So, Detective Bergeron-Rosa, I'm going to ask that you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
It's ironic that this camera is making it's making the courtroom look brighter. But I think it would just be possibly the camera effect. Right? Doesn't it look brighter right now? Oh my goodness. Okay.
You can have a seat. And is the lighting okay?
It's okay, yeah.
At any point, if you need to take a break, please let us know so we can request that from the judge.
Okay.
Detective Bergeron-Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA.
And Detective Bergeron-Rosa, how are you presently employed?
With the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And let me back up for just a second. Where do you currently reside?
Where do I currently reside?
City and state.
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire.
How long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
My whole life.
And you mentioned that you presently work for the Manchester Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you worked there?
Just over 15 years.
And what is your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm a detective.
As a detective with the Manchester Police Department, what are your roles and responsibilities?
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leeds Online and the Manchester PD.
I'm going to follow up with you on a few of those specific areas as we go along here. Let me ask you this: Are you active? Are you on active duty currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you currently on a medical leave?
When need be, yes.
Okay, so if the color's looking a little bit funny, if the lights are low for this witness, he has a medical condition. So I'm just letting you know if anyone's just rolling in now and they're like, what is going on here? Caress? I hope I'm saying it right. You said the gentleman the other day with the translator was not a maintenance man. Please correct us. He didn't check the source of the odor. In the probable cause affidavit, they said that there was a guy that they called to check the source of the odor. And he said he thought it was an animal, maybe it was an animal or something, but didn't see anything. So I thought it was the same guy because he was the drywall guy and the metal framer guy at that place. And they found his fingerprints on the ceiling vent, right? Okay. My dog is my ear. Says, why have the subtitles stopped? I don't know. Ask YouTube. YouTube's being naughty.
I talked to you earlier about light sensitivity.
Yes.
Are you on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA, yes.
And you're actually out this entire month, is that right?
I am.
So again, if you need to take a break at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department for 15 years.
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester Police Department, no.
As an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did in April 2009.
And do you remember what class you were?
148.
Detective Bergeron-Rosa, while working in your official capacity as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, were you assigned duties regarding the investigation of the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you describe just generally, so a bird's eye view of your role and participation in that investigation?
Documentation and photographing of various crime scenes and anything when it came to Leeds Online.
During your involvement in the investigation, did you participate in neighborhood canvassing?
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell, where we canvassed the neighborhood.
Did you participate in area searches during the course of your involvement?
I did.
How about digs? Did you?
At one occasion, yes.
On one occasion?
Yes.
And where was that location?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street.
Did you participate in evidence processing?
I did.
I want to go into some of the specific things that you did during the course of your investigation in this case. And I want to begin by talking about the processing of an Audi IS4 bearing New Hampshire.
I really hope that was a camera filter change and not the lights going on and off. Did you see that color change? Also, Devin says the guy with the translator was strictly an installer of the drywall and metal frame. Well, his fingerprints were on there, right? The fingerprints were on there. There to make sure that they ruled him out as a suspect. So thank you for that. Just know that when I say maintenance man, I don't say that in any disrespectful way. I respect maintenance men, maintenance crew, whatever their title is. Obviously, I want to get things correct. But I feel like there could be an assumption that I'm like saying, oh, he was a maintenance man, when maybe he had a higher title. And I'm sorry about that. That is not my intention. But he worked there at the fit shelter. We're talking about a witness from the other day. By the way, if you guys are just joining now, you're like, what is going on here? My point was that sometimes we have to just watch as the next witness and the next one rolls in so that we can understand, why did they show us that? Why did they just show us that Walmart footage? Like, what did that help the case? Well, it's all going to come together. They're building, and so we go. Okay, so let's see what else I've got to say.
Registration 4569334. During your involvement, did you participate in the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
And what was the condition of that vehicle when you processed it?
It was poor. Specifically, the inside was damp, covered in mold. The condition of the vehicle was poor.
What was your specific role in processing that vehicle?
To apply Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle and document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
Detective Bombard and Detective Ray Lamy.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this. Did you receive presumptive positive results during the processing of that vehicle?
We did.
And with the samples that you received presumptive positives on, what did you do with those samples?
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be removed, we removed that article that had that presumptive positive on it and then packaged that article as evidence. If they were on parts of the vehicle that could not be removed, we took a blood swab or a swab of that area, of that presumptive positive area.
So you swabbed the area?
Yeah, we swabbed it.
Do you know what occurred with those samples after your processing?
I don't.
Do you believe they would have been sent to the lab?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And we've already heard from the folks at the lab, so I'm not going to question you about that. I want to transition. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically 177 Lake Ave. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
Okay. Is that also known as the Families in Transition or FIT shelter?
It is.
And what city is that location?
In Manchester, New Hampshire.
Can you describe your role and participation in processing 177 Lake Ave?
Primarily photography and processing that scene with Blue Star.
Were you accompanied by other detectives during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
I was.
Do you recall the specific room that you responded to?
I don't remember the actual room number, but I do remember being there and doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you took photographs during that processing?
I did.
And do you recall who you were with during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Ray Hill, Detective Garrett Bombard, and Detective Ray Lamy.
Right. And I'm going to bounce around from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about the processing of an address, 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And can you describe your familiarity with that location?
It's in Manchester, New Hampshire, more or less at the corner of Union and Orange. It's a big multi-family building with several levels. And how much more do you want me to go into?
That's fine.
Okay.
During the course of your involvement in this case, though, did you participate in the processing of one of the specific units?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the specific actions that you took during that processing?
So I was mainly assigned to take photographs of the processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street and the basement, whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
With regard to the evidentiary items that came out of the basement area, can you walk the jurors through generally what was collected?
So generally speaking, we were focused on the drain pipes going into the basement, where all the other units converged into what's called, the plumbers called the tree. That goes down into a single pipe that then exits the building into the city sewer, the street.
How large are those pipes?
Very large. Most of them were very old 4 or 5 foot sections of cast iron.
Cast iron?
Yep.
I imagine they would be very heavy as well.
They were.
And before we talk more about those specific pipes, what other agencies, if any, were present during the processing of that apartment?
Primarily the FBI was present.
And what was their role in processing that apartment?
As I recall, they were processing the top level of the series of apartments. I was not really there to see what they did, but they were on the top level, and we were on the first floor, and in the basement.
I want to turn back to the pipes that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think you said your role was to collect photographs during the processing of that apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the entire processing of those pipes?
Yeah, I did.
And those cast iron, those large cast iron pipes, were they removed from that apartment unit? The apartment building, rather?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
Isn't it just so sad to think of what they're talking about now? Is these pipes in this building, Union Street, and we've already heard what Adam was doing, allegedly, to Harmony's body in that bathtub. So I wonder if they find any evidence there. That would be interesting. Jack Pack says, "Oh, I hope that baby isn't left in the pipes." Right? And Lissa, thank you so much. You said you really enjoyed reading my books. Thank you so much for reading those.
So Detective Bergeron-Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 57 through 60.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn and look up when you finish. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And what do you recognize them from?
Those are images I took.
You took those?
Yes.
And was that during the specific processing of the pipes that we discussed?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibit, what's been marked as States Exhibit 57 through 60, and mark as full and published to the jury.
No objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Bergeron-Rosa, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't know if that would be easier than looking at the screen behind you. I'm also going to put them up on the screen.
Okay.
So whichever you prefer. I'm going to start with a question about those apartment units that you searched. What led you to those apartment units?
As I understood it, from the lead detectives on that this case, is it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And so before we get to the actual photos themselves, you mentioned that the pipes were processed. How did you process the pipes?
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle, and had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that we would then power wash the inside of those pipes, and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters. And after each pipe was done, we would empty those sifters and look at the contents to see if anything of evidentiary value was there.
It's almost like gold pan.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Dang, imagine doing that work. Shame. Oh my goodness.
back up. Before you set up that contraption that you discussed, you cut the pipes out.
Of course, yes.
Where were the pipes brought?
Those pipes were brought to the Manchester police station.
And the setup that you're discussing, where specifically in the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been admitted as States Exhibit 60. Is that consistent with the States Exhibit 60 that's in front of you?
Yes.
So can you explain to the jurors what we're seeing in this
We have, the back tailgate of the truck, and we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street, and we use our sifting devices, and you power wash one end of them, and the contents would spill out onto here, and through each layer, and we would look through the contents of those pipes after we power wash them thoroughly and see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Turning your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
That is one of the pipes after power washing.
And was this, you said this was after the power washing?
Yes.
And we'll talk about that in just a moment. Turning to State's Exhibit 58. What are we looking at here next to Bergeron-Rosa?
That is in the previous image of the double pipes. That's the one closest to you. That's before power washing.
Now, you mentioned a power washing, and I want to turn to State's Exhibit 57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose that is manned by, I believe, I can't see the face, but if I remember, it was Detective Bombard holding that. And the high pressure hose, you put it in the end of the pipe, and the water would shoot down the pipe, and any loose contents would flow down into those sifting devices.
And you mentioned those sifting devices. Let me ask you this, Detective. Was there a forensic anthropologist there that day with your team?
There was.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
I do not recall, but she was there. I don't recall her name.
Why was there a forensic anthropologist there that day?
Well, in the instance that we found any kind of human remains, she would be able to assist us in identifying preliminarily if those remains were in fact human or not.
Your work that day processing those pipes, about how long did you work on that specific process?
It was most of the day.
Multiple individuals there?
Yes.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again. And I want to talk about your involvement with collecting specific evidence items in this case.
Okay.
I want to discuss obtaining evidence items ABR2 and ABR4.
Okay.
We spoke earlier about your duties and assignments, and you mentioned that you currently serve as a liaison between the Manchester Police Department and an organization called Leads Online. Leads Online.
That's correct. Can
you explain that to the jury? What is Leads Online and what's your involvement?
So Leads Online is a law enforcement pawn database that we have access to assist us in our investigations, primarily in stolen property. In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that pawn shops and secondhand dealers have to document what they bring in from people, and that information gets put on Leads Online, which we can then look at. So, for instance, in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a bunch of items, a lot of times that burglar or their associates, for quick cash, dumps them off at a pawn shop and gets the quick cash, and we can see, based on the report, statements and everything like that, if the items that are similar or different, and we compare, and a lot of times those items do end up in pawn shops for the quick cash that the suspects need for whatever needs they need it for.
So a simplified version of that is you're able to track specific individuals to specific items.
Exactly.
During the course of your investigation, were you tasked with tracking information related to an individual named Kelsey Small?
I was.
And how about Adam Montgomery?
I was.
And did you do that following your assignment?
Yes, on January 5th, 2022.
How did you go about tracking items related to those two individuals?
So I signed into the Leads Online program, and it's fairly simple. I had the names of the people of interest, and I plug their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an Eco ATM at Walmart.
And let me back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual named Kayla Montgomery?
Yes.
And you said it tracked to a specific Eco ATM transaction that occurred at Walmart, and I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to turn your attention to December 30th, rather, of 2021. You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about the results from that specific day.
Okay.
Can you walk the jurors through your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
Sure. So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online. And what came up was on or about December 30th, there were 4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at the Eco ATM at Walmart, 725 Gold Street on December 30th, 2021. Those transactions were conducted by Kelsey Small. And in those transactions, I can see a photo of the individual's ID, because that's what's required to make those transactions, a photo of the individual themselves, and specific information on each item, like serial numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to that Eco ATM.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron-Rosa, at the moment I'll be handing you what's been marked by State's Exhibit 90, previously published to this jury. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibit 90. I'm going to move these exhibits away. And just look up when you have a chance to.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Have you seen those records before?
I have.
Familiar with them?
I am.
And to the extent that those have already been published, Your Honor, I move to republish to the jury.
You may do so.
And you mentioned that those are the certified records from the Eco ATM transactions. Did you actually obtain those during the course of your involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And is that those documents, are they consistent with which you obtained?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask that you look to the screen behind you. What's up on the screen, is that consistent with State's Exhibit 90 that's in front of you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And feel free to look at State's Exhibit 90 or the screen behind you, whichever one you prefer. So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual in the top left that conducted the transaction that day?
Kelsey Small.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top right.
December 30th, 2021 at 2:18 p.m.
And so I want to walk through the phone's make and model.
Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone.
And that's with respect to one of those 4 transactions?
Yes, it is.
And so I want to ask you this. What amount did Eco ATM pay the individuals for this transaction, for this phone?
$1.
$1.
$1.
You mentioned this earlier, but you said that Eco ATM captures certain identifying information of the people that make the transaction, or the person that makes the transaction?
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention back to the screen. Those records that you received, did they capture that information?
Yes, they captured this information, yes.
And you said you'd previously reviewed this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small that you were tasked with tracking transactions related to?
This is the lady right here.
You guys are all like, huh? Just like me. What? For $1? Okay.
Detective Bergeron-Rosa, what was the next step of your investigation following receipt of this information?
So the next thing I went to do is I do what's called, I put a hold on these items, which means I send a notification to Eco ATM to say, hey, do not dispose of these things. We want them for our investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
So they do not go wherever they go to their processing center and get destroyed.
Okay. Cell phones, do they generally contain relevant information?
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, the data on these electronic devices can be very valuable to an investigation.
You mentioned putting a hold on those items. Did you ultimately collect them?
I did.
And with respect to the device that you just read off to the jurors, the Samsung Galaxy A01 cell phone, did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a specific evidence number?
I did.
What was that evidence number?
ABR4.
ABR4.
4.
If I can have just a moment. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Detective Bergeron-Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at those in turn and describe to the jurors what they depict.
144 is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you put the cell phone in. So do you recognize the images that are depicted there?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
True and correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID of States Exhibits 143 and 144.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits, and they may be published to the jury.
So, Detective Bergeron-Rosa, you said that you collected the cell phone and you packaged it.
Yes.
What did you ultimately do with this cell phone?
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Krawczyk.
And why did you do that? Why provide it to the cybercrime detective?
So he could perform a cell phone data extraction on it.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
Okay, we like those. Stefan says, so it's about the data on the phones. Yes, indeed.
Did you receive consent from the Eco ATM to take the items and to search them?
Yes, before that was done, I did contact Eco ATM, and they gave us clear permission to do what we needed with the devices as it pertained to the investigation, which included a data extraction.
With respect to this transaction, what was the next step in your investigation?
Well, we had a photo of the person who conducted the Eco ATM transaction. So next we wanted to see if we could obtain video from Walmart.
Why did you want the footage from Walmart?
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
What steps did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Dobe, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Dobe?
I did.
And similar to the cell phone that we just discussed, did you give that footage a specific evidence number?
I did, and that evidence number is ABR2.
Thank you. Talk about no further questions for you. Good afternoon. I have no questions.
Okay.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
So we didn't hear about if they found anything in the pipes, which hopefully if there's more witnesses, then we're going to hear about it. Just got to be patient here.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Krawczyk to the stand, please. Good afternoon, Detective. Please, go right over to where the bailiff is. Watch your step on the cords, please, on the way up. Thank you, sir. And Detective, you remain standing just for a brief moment. You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to come sit. And Detective Krawczyk, we're being recorded here today. Please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krawczyk, Louis-Krawczyk.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
Okay, I'm very, very sorry. I have to go back slightly. That surname, I'm like, what? One more time.
State your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krawczyk, Louis-Krawczyk.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
23 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number?
131.
131. With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had during that time?
I started as a dispatcher. In 2003, I became a police officer, and I worked patrol for about 12 years. I then became a detective, worked general cases, investigations, and moved to cybercrimes in, I think, 2017.
2017. And are you still working cybercrimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
I mostly work with evidence for other cases that other detectives are working on, so I specialize in digital evidence, phones, computers, electronics.
Can you talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland Security. I've had trainings through some of the companies that make the equipment that we use, including Celebrite and Magnet. And I've done some of their certification programs also.
The trainings that you take part in, do these sometimes happen almost on a yearly basis to keep up to date with new procedures?
Yes, it's constant.
And as part of your trainings and part of your work, I should say overall, let's just say work, do you do data extractions from cell phones?
Yes.
Over the years, about how many different cell phone extractions would you say you've done?
I didn't count, but probably close to 1,000.
1,000. Can you talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting information from a cell phone about the term an IMEI? What does IMEI stand for?
I hate acronyms, but it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's basically a serial number for a phone.
For the next pop quiz, maybe on Joe Giacalone's channel, wherever. We've learned that before from other trials, right?
Like a serial number?
Yes.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique to a handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone. It's how the company identifies that phone.
Okay. In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron-Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
Okay. And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called a gray key.
Gray key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
It's hardware.
Okay. And how does that work?
You plug the phone in, it gives you instructions. It can determine if there's a pin to the phone. And once it finds a pin, it'll extract all the data from the phone.
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yes.
And were you able to extract data from that cell phone, from that ABR4 cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
We have a software program that interprets the data to organize it so that you can look through it.
Okay. And did you save that data into evidence?
Yes.
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials when they put something into evidence. What would this have been called?
I believe it was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identified information on there?
Yes, it does.
And one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone, or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable format?
Sometimes it has to put a client on the phone, but it won't alter the user data at all.
And will it alter the information such as messages sent to and from, or list of contacts, or photographs that are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on there, anything like that?
No.
Were photos of the phone and the envelope it came in taken as part of your extraction process?
Yes.
I'd like to go ahead and direct your attention for the screen for what's already been marked as a full exhibit, State's Exhibit 143. And if you could please, what's this a photograph of generally?
That's how we package evidence.
Okay. And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer. The label, do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Yes.
And with regards to it, what's the label that's been given for this cell phone? What are the initials that came, the evidence initials that came with this one?
ABR4.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as State's Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the back of the cell phone, ABR4.
There are two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
Yes.
And are those labels that you put on?
No.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here. Is this that same ABR4 phone that you downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
352-082-509-319804.
I apologize. Detective Krawczyk, I'm just going to have you look at actually State's Exhibit 143 and 144. I just wanted to have you go ahead and compare it to the images behind you. If you could look back on 144 just for a moment.
I wonder what dirt's going to be on this phone, huh? Damaged phone, sold for $1. What did they find on here? Also, some people in chat were saying that Crystal, Harmony's mother, didn't show for the custody hearing. However, she didn't show for Harmony's custody hearing that day, and Adam got given full custody, which should have never happened. If they just looked at his rap sheet, I mean, just look into him a little bit and the situation. No, Harmony should have never gone there. But Crystal had to attend, she had to pick between the two hearings, one for her son and one for her daughter, Harmony, on the same day. And in different states. I believe the one was in Massachusetts and the other one was in New Hampshire. That was a difficult day for Crystal. So, you know, and people said earlier the court should have rescheduled. You know, she should have called and rescheduled, but I believe that she would have. I think she would have phoned and be like, what the hell? Like, I can't be in two places at one time. Either way, I'm just basing this on something said in the chat, right? Either way, why did the judge give full custody to Adam? Unbelievable, right? Now, remember this timeline they're talking about now is 2 years after Harmony was murdered. So it's going to be interesting to hear what's on these phones.
Other than the fact that the one behind you happens to be in color and that one is in black and white, are there any other changes between those two images?
No.
I'd like to direct your attention to 143. Same question. other than the fact that what's on the screen behind you is in color and what's in front of you is in black and white. Any other changes or differences between those two images?
No.
Detective, did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Okay. Can cell phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a couple different ways. For an older phone, you can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use this spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. It used to be one app, but I think they separated it into two different apps. Similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Facebook uses either a unique name or often now it's a number, identifying number.
Returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007885803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
Okay. And how do you look in?
Imagine if he remembers those numbers. Like, yep, that's it. I guess he would have his report there with him and everything, and they're talking about those records, right? Kathleen R. said, Crystal said in an interview that she did ask her lawyer to request a continuance for Harmony's hearing, but the lawyer did not do that, and I believe the judge denied it. That's what I've read as well. So either way, we know that the system really failed Harmony, which is why people are suggesting something like Harmony's Law, to be incorporated into CPS and DCYF so that this can never happen again. It's horrible.
Into a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook account.
The software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that I picked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 1-40900-788-5803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone, is that
yes.
correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 11, the full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit. Let me ask just generally, do you recognize this exhibit at all?
Not this specific one, no.
Okay. Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
Okay. I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 1-000-900-788-5803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the very first one, can you read for us the date and time of that first message?
12/8/2019 at 12:13 a.m.
And what's the message?
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need a jump and jumper cables ASAP.
And can you please read the date and time in the next two messages?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Okay. Did you say my car died?
Yes.
My car died.
Detective, I'd also like to show you also like to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 140. And I'm just going to have you look at that just for a quick moment. I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is?
I don't know. I know the name, but
No,
I don't know anymore.
Don't know the person personally?
No.
Okay. With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number that you read out a moment ago, the Facebook account that you found on ABR4, also the number that you read out a moment ago on the screen regarding the message to Matt General. Could you please see, do you see that same 100009007885803 number on that particular exhibit?
I do.
So I see some people in chat saying, didn't we see that before? We did with that witness Matthew Gendron, who worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and they showed Facebook messages between Adam, which then became also Kayla, messaging him. So I can't remember which day that was, but that was witness number 13. We are currently on witness number 42. State says they'll have 50 to 55 witnesses.
And that particular, the messages going back and forth, does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from a Facebook account with the same number?
I'd appear so, yes.
And can I just ask you a quick question, Detective? Regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it back in for a minute. Do you see that it says UTC there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just point it for us here in regards to UTC? What is UTC in terms of concept of time?
It's universal time code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones. So if I say 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC.
So 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock UTC. So does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, and I've got to think, well, what time is it in California? I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock there. Is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Like, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now, Eastern Standard Time? What's the offset of that for UTC?
It's minus.
Specifically, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring, when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me, because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
Yeah, constantly calculating time zones over here. Streaming from Europe. Sullivan House, thank you so much. You said, just joined Patreon. I've never watched a complete trial until you. Hashtag Justice for Harmony. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor. So, just to clarify then, Detective, between 4 or 5 hours, depending on the time of year, that's the difference between where we are now, Eastern Standard Time, and UTC?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a quick clarification on something. The state talked with you about a phone. ABR4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So the state then showed messages or Facebook Messenger exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay. So, but what is not shown is that those messages were physically typed from that phone. Correct? That's not what the evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed, yes.
Great, thank you.
Just to clarify, Detective, so you found out that that phone was logged into that account, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? The deleted space on the phone? Like the account was no longer there on the phone, you're finding it in this deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone.
They were resident on the phone?
Yes.
So you could see them?
Yes.
And this was the phone that was ABR4. Do you know where Detective Bergeron-Rosa got it from or not?
Yes, I believe he got it from Eco ATM.
All right, thank you.
Nothing further.
Right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You'd ask the witness to be excused.
Any objection? Witness is excused.
Excuse me. This state calls Craig Stanzel, Officer Craig Stanzel.
Okay, next witness, number 43, Officer Craig Stanzel, I think he said. We'll see it now. Hope always says, good to hear that Adam's attorney is condescending to all the witnesses and not just the women. Right?
Watch your stuff in the reports.
Thank you.
So you can remain standing. Call this confident.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. There's some water there if you'd like.
Thank you.
When you're ready, if you can just begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yep, my name is Craig Stanzel. First is C-R-A-I-G. Last is Stanzel, S-T-A-N-Z-E-L.
And I've called you Officer Stanzel, but can you tell these jurors how you're presently employed?
Yep, I'm currently a juvenile detective with the Manchester Police Department.
Okay, so we got Officer Craig Stanzel on the witness stand. Also, we've got Crime Circus visiting. You said, I love Grizzly True Crime. Thank you for dropping by. And thank you so much for your sticker. If you guys haven't checked out Crime Circus yet, go check it out. Lots of interrogation videos, body cams, deep dives on many cases. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's continue to listen to this testimony from Officer Craig Stanzel.
So, Detective Stanzel.
Correct.
What's your current duties or role and assignment as a detective with the Juvenile Division of the Manchester Police Department?
Currently, I'm a school resource officer at Memorial High School, and when school's not in, I'm a patrol officer.
What is a school resource officer?
Officer at the school. We oversee school safety, and we try and bridge that gap between police and youth.
Okay. And you said you also do patrol when school's out.
Correct.
What does patrol look like for you?
Patrol is typical police duties, whatever calls for service might come in, car accidents, domestic incidents, also proactive police work, car stops, things like that.
And how long have you held the position of detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I became a detective in September of 22.
You said September of 22?
Correct.
Have you held any other roles during your time at the Manchester Police Department?
Yep, I started off as a patrol officer.
Were you working patrol back in December of 2021?
I was.
And let me back up for just a moment. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
I believe it was April of 2020.
Do you remember what class that was?
181.
181?
Correct.
Back in December of 2021, which shifts did you typically work for the police department?
I was working day shift.
What do those hours look like?
7 to 3. 7 to 3:30.
Lissa says, my fave Crime Circus phrase is sus to us. And Adam is 100% sus to us, I would say. And Kayla, right? Yes.
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.?
Correct.
And back then, in December of 21, What would happen at the start of each of your shifts?
At the beginning of every shift, we have a roll call with either the sergeant and lieutenant of the day, along with all the patrol officers going on shift.
And you said that's at the beginning of your shift?
Correct.
About how many officers typically participated in those?
However many are on duty that day, 15, 20.
And you called it a roll call. What's the purpose of a roll call?
Multi-purpose. We do a systems check. We make sure all our gear is working properly. We'll go over any high priority incidents that may have happened recently, officer safety issues, and sort of things to be on the lookout for.
When you say be on the lookout for, do you talk about people to be on the lookout for?
Sometimes, yes.
Is there an acronym that goes along with that, a BOLO, for example?
Yes, BOLO.
Be on the lookout for, do those apply to adults as well as children?
Yes.
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about your involvement as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on a case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes.
That name?
Yes.
Can you tell these jurors your role, just generally, your role in participation in that investigation?
Yes. Back in December of that year, I located the vehicle in which he was occupied.
You say the vehicle in which he was occupied, who's the he that you're referring to?
Adam Montgomery.
And let's break that down. When did you begin looking for Adam Montgomery, you specifically?
That morning, Be on the Lookout was issued during roll call for a blue, I believe a blue Pontiac with main plates that he was associated to.
When they say that year and all that, it's 2021, the end of 2021.
Adam Montgomery.
And I want to fast forward just a bit, but did you locate Adam Montgomery that day?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
I do.
And who do you know this individual to be?
Adam Montgomery.
Do you remember the vehicle you mentioned, the Pontiac with Maine registration?
Yes.
Do you remember the individual that vehicle was registered to?
I don't recall the name. I do recall that it was related to Adam's current girlfriend of the time. I believe it was one of her relatives' vehicles.
Does the name Douglas Small stand out to you?
Yes.
Was that the individual who that vehicle was registered to?
Yes.
And if at any time during this discussion you need to review your report, let me know and I can give it to you. But that name sounds familiar. That's the individual whose vehicle you were searching for that day.
Yes.
Walk us through the course of that morning for you until you, from leaving the roll call that you discussed to finding the defendant. What did you do? What were steps that you took to find him?
So that particular day, my assigned route was Route 11, which is a west side route. I started the morning by checking local area hotels, hotel parking lots for that vehicle. I believe I checked the Econo Lodge and one other hotel on the west side and did not locate the vehicle. I then went to a parking lot where sometimes unhoused people sleep in their cars, and that's where I noticed the vehicle with the Maine registration.
And let's back up just a bit. What was the purpose of finding? What was your purpose of finding the defendant that day?
So the Be on the Lookout was issued during the roll call to locate Adam Montgomery in the hopes of locating his daughter Harmony, who family members hadn't seen for approximately 2 years.
Shame. Oh my goodness. Amy Short said, "Gee, were you looking for me? Somebody in chat mentioned that you had popped in earlier and I didn't see. If you guys didn't know, we met Amy. Met you, right, from the Jesse Kershevsky trial, because Amy is a family member of the victim in that case, Lynn Hernan. So thank you so much for being here with us, Amy. People always notice when you're here and they're like, oh, Amy's here. So thank you for being here with us to watch this trial. And can't wait for sentencing of Jesse Kershevsky. We'll be right there with you.
2 years. Generally, when you're responding as a patrol person, do you wear any specialized surveillance footage of your person?
Yes, we're equipped with body cameras.
And
So
is
what's
that
the body
typical
cam?
of each of your shifts as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Body cam footage, who is that issued by?
I'm sorry?
Your surveillance footage, the body cam footage that you wear, who's the issuing body of that? Who gives it to you? Do you get it from the police department? Do you get it yourself?
The camera?
Yes.
The camera is issued by the police department.
So your body worn camera is issued by the police department?
Correct.
Do you have occasion, in your experience, to review that footage?
Yes.
And in your prior review of body cam footage that you gather during the course of your time as in patrol, is that the footage that's depicted, is it taken at the same time as the events that you're perceiving?
Correct.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
And that recording, does it capture the events as they occur to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So turning to December 31st of 2021, you were looking for the defendant, you said.
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam
I was.
at that time?
I was.
And was it running?
Yes.
And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to review the relevant portion of that recording?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Excuse me?
So Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 142. I'm just going to ask that you look at that. What is that, Adam?
USB card.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
I have.
Is there something attached to it?
Yep.
Do you recognize writing on the attachment?
I do.
And what is written there?
My initials.
Did you initial that?
I did.
And was that after having reviewed the portion of your body cam footage from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that U.S. State's Exhibit 142 and mark it as full published to the jury.
It can be, the ID is stricken, it is entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
All the different courtrooms have different ways of wording when something is published to the jury, right? So I see people asking questions about that. Why do they say the ID is stricken and published to the jury? And all of the whole sentence they say, well, that's how they say it here. There's a lot of things that are different in this trial as well from other trials we've covered before, like the jury not being able to take notes, like the defendant being able to choose to be in the courtroom or not. My goodness. And then that language is a little different as well. And they tend to finish around 4 p.m. Eastern or so every day, which is it's pretty cool. It looks like his shoulders and back are sore like mine. I keep doing that as well. Like, oh my word, from sitting a lot. But he's also like, man, okay, feeling the same there. I hope that you guys are okay. Okay. Going a little bit forward. Just stare at the poor guy. Shame. The camera just focuses on him this whole time. Ooh, that's true as well. Jessica says the Tisha trial was different. I liked how jurors could ask questions. I also liked that. That was great.
All right. So I'm just going to ask that you turn to the screen behind you. The image that's the still on the screen there, what are we looking at?
That would be the blue Pontiac with the main registration that the Bolo was issued for.
And you testified earlier that you found the defendant that day. Where did you find him?
In a parking lot on Harvell Street, adjacent to some softball fields known as Wolf Park.
Wolf Park. I'm just going to start that video up. What was the defendant doing when you found him?
He was sleeping.
And back up for just a second. Were you able to make out an article of clothing that the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he was wearing a T-shirt that had staff written on the back.
And can you just point at the defendant? He said staff was written on the back?
Correct.
And how about the front of his shirt?
The front says Chorus Banquet.
The individual that you identified
So that's the same outfit from what we saw in Walmart. Okay.
is the defendant in this case, Adam Montgomery. Is that the individual who's on the screen there?
That's correct.
Was there no sound? I remember why there's no sound. I remember why now. How did I forget that? Oh my word. They said the defense attorneys didn't want this evidence in. So the judge denied that, but they did win, I think, that they're not going to play the audio then. I think that's what happened here. That's why we can't hear the sound of the video. It's already out there. We've seen some of it, right?
Other individual in the vehicle with him.
There was.
And how would you describe that individual?
It was a female asleep in the front seat.
And you testified earlier that it was a blue Pontiac, I believe?
Correct.
Seeing your body cam footage, do you agree that it's blue?
Blue, maybe grayish.
Were there any other individuals in the vehicle with the defendant during your interaction?
Just a female in the front seat.
See, this is all a strategy. That's a defense strategy to not have him in the courtroom, because this is also a defense strategy so that the jury can't hear him. The hell? I will show you the clip of this after, because we've seen it before, okay? Oh, there's the jacket, I think. And what was he saying? If you watched the trailer before this live stream started today or yesterday, you saw this video when he's like, I got nothing to say. When they ask, where's your daughter? Got nothing to say. Really? Even though we're trying to find her, like it's been 2 years, nothing to say. I'll play it for you right after this. Shame the poor jury. Okay, time for us to play ours.
You're not in trouble. Nobody said you used your daughter. Okay, so I want to make that clear. It's all on my body camera, just like everybody else is being on video recording. So you just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. I mean, you're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. You have no warrants. Okay. So, where's your daughter so we can check on her to make sure that she's okay? Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys. But that's not what I'm just asking where she is. I have nothing to say. So you don't care if your daughter's okay or not? I do. I listen, I have nothing to say.
Multiple people that weren't even living with us at the time.
Okay, so I hope you could hear that. That is the clip that I've been playing for you for a few days now, so we can hear what they don't want the jury to hear. Anyway.
Fair to say that was your interaction with the defendant that day?
Correct.
Thank you. No additional questions. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Good afternoon. Just real quick, I think that you said that the parking lot where you found Mr. Montgomery asleep in his vehicle was a place where unhoused people were known to park and sleep?
Correct.
And it's one of the reasons that you checked that place, because unhoused people are known to park and sleep there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nothing further for this witness. Your Honor, I'd ask.
Like, boom, mic drop. Okay, so he was there because, didn't have a home. Okay, but also you didn't play the audio, which we can hear got nothing to say when they ask, where's Harmony? So, yeah, this trial, it's infuriating, isn't it? He can choose whether he's in the courtroom or not. The defense has won that motion where they don't play the audio of that body cam. Shame, the poor jury.
Should he be excused? Or I strike that. Nothing additional for this witness.
Okay, so you may step down.
Not requesting.
You're not excused, but you may step down. Thank you.
We can approach, please, Mark.
Yes?
So the defense is planning to have two witnesses, Michelle Raftery, Harmony's foster mom, and Michael Harju from the Hillsborough County House of Corrections. So that's who they've asked for. They also had a supplementary one, which was that Detective Bergeron-Rosa. And you can hear that there's a few witnesses here that they wouldn't release. Okay, sound is off now. Oh, wait, the crickets again. Okay. No Adam in the courtroom. You guys are all like so angry at that. I know, right? Now what? And then
week.
Sorry, there we go. Oh, that's it? Oh my goodness, okay. Okay, stand by, let me refresh.
Estimating how much time a trial will take. We expect that the evidence will be in before the end of next week, and maybe even closing arguments and instructions. Originally we'd said 3.5 weeks, which would be well into the following week, and then there's periods for deliberation. And we don't try to estimate deliberations. Deliberations take as long as they take, so you need to plan for that accordingly. But we do anticipate that the evidence will be in before the end of next week.
Okay.
And possibly, as I say, closing arguments, final instructions, and then it would be time to deliberate, and deliberations take as much time as they take. That's the best we can say about that. So I just wanted to let you know that, as I said, I do like to try to give you some roadmap where I can, so that's some additional information for you. I also want to let you know you've been seeing a lot of exhibits. The exhibits do go back into the jury deliberation room unless there's some reason why we don't send something back. But by and large, the documentary evidence, the photographs, video, that does go back into the jury deliberation room. Anything that doesn't go back, if you wanted to see it, I would bring you back into the courtroom to see it. So you'll have access to seeing all of the evidence. And as I say, the documentary evidence, things that have been marked as full exhibits, those will be in the jury deliberation room with you. So I just wanted to let you know that as well, because you're hearing a lot of information, you're seeing a lot of information, so I did want you to know what you would have. We are now going to adjourn for the day. I remind you, and I can't say it strongly enough, you're now going to be gone for the next 3 days, because Monday is a holiday. It's a court holiday as well. So you won't be here Monday, but I will have you come back at 8:45 on Tuesday. Do not do any independent research. Make sure that you are avoiding any media about this case. So don't watch anything about it on television. Don't look at anything on social media. Don't discuss it, again, not with each other or with anybody else. You don't want to hear what they have to say about it, and they can't hear what you have to say about it. So right now we just ask you to, keep an open mind, as I said to you at the beginning of the trial. You'll keep an open mind until all of the evidence is in and you are starting deliberations, okay? So don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any of the locations. Don't look up the law. You will get the law from the court in the court's instructions at the conclusion of the case. And as I said to you earlier, you will also have all of that in writing as well. So for now, you've been an incredibly attentive jury. I'm so grateful for the time and attention you've been putting in. So take a rest this weekend, try to enjoy the outdoors, and don't read the papers or the news. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you Tuesday morning, 8:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
Damn, okay. See if anything else happens. So Tuesday, it's back. Court is back. Expecting even closing arguments next week. It makes sense though, because they've gone through 43 witnesses now. Oh, sorry, I'm blocking Caroline.
All right, you may be seated. Attorney Gotti, I think you said there may be some additional...
Did, Your Honor, but I think you already addressed it actually at the very end of the juror statement about whether they might have to come back to use one of the two of the exhibits. So you already addressed it. I did also have that date of birth with regards to the transport order that's necessary. And I can go downstairs and provide that to the clerk's office as soon as we get done here.
If you give it to the clerk here, she can assist. Mike has the rest of the information, but I said they would get the date of birth. It needs to go into a transfer.
Oh, okay.
No other transport orders are needed for Tuesday. Okay. Yes. You look like you're ready to say something.
I have perhaps two issues, maybe just one.
Okay.
It's about witnesses that are not on the witness list. During the course of the trial, apparently somebody contacted the tip line, was interviewed, gave information. The state has given us a recording of the interview. We've gone through it, but I have not. We've certainly had somebody trying to go through and see. I don't know, and I don't need to name that person now, I assume. So I don't know if we will be seeking to call this person. It's sort of a puzzle with sequestration when it's actually based on watching, as far as I know, the trial. So that issue, perhaps. And then as far as that sequestration issue, just the entire issue of Attorney Garrity speaking with Kayla Montgomery during the course of the trial. Again, I don't know. It's a thing to assess this weekend about whether or not we want to call him. I told you we would be perhaps preparing a motion to revisit the sequestration ruling by you.
So
neither are on the witness list.
Okay. Perhaps that individual could be advised anyway at this point not to continue watching the trial. We would have to, I don't know what, if anything, that person would be saying, so we might have to assess that. Everybody now has the same amount of information, and so I assume everybody could be prepared to deal with it, but that person could be advised not to continue to watch the trial.
That would be interesting, having a new witness who's been watching the trial who's like, wait a minute, I've got information, right? I mean, yeah, for harmony, yes. Bring them on, but I just wonder legally, that seems tricky. Nicholas says, I already look forward to Tuesday, what to do the next many days. Do you know me at all? You're going to see me. We've got so much to talk about, okay? So don't worry, I'm here on most days. Here and there, I need a day or two, mostly just to do like chores and things that I have to do, like actually finally go grocery shopping, do the ironing, whatever, But I'm here most days, and I'll definitely see you this weekend. So don't worry. It's not like, oh, I won't see you on Tuesday, until Tuesday. I'll see you. And of course, if you're a patron and a member, you'll see me 2 more times. We're going to have a patrons-only live stream right after this, as well as a members-only live stream this weekend. So
I think that would be a good idea.
you'll see me.
I guess we could get in touch with that person. We learned of this same individual Wednesday afternoon that Attorney Smith is speaking about, and within about 10 minutes of us getting the report, we immediately provided it over. We're also going to be looking at it, but I can tell you we've had no contact with this person. We'll certainly look at it. I guess we could ask whether or not our advocate could try to locate a phone number and maybe reach out and have her try not to watch anything additional for the sequestration, but we have no contact with this person.
Well, this person there's just a tip line information. This person has not been interviewed?
Detective Rahill interviewed.
They did. Apparently they called the tip line, if I can just summarize briefly, apparently they called the tip line Tuesday after having watched the trial for several days. And in response to the tip line, Manchester Police said okay and sent a detective over to interview, or excuse me, I believe she came into the station to be interviewed, provided a statement that was audio and video recorded. The detective wrote that up and forwarded it to us about 3 hours later, along with a copy of the video of the interview. That report, again, 10 minutes after we got it, we sent it over to defense. The video, the state has not actually watched the video yet, but I have no reason to believe it's different than the report. But other than that, the state and certainly the Attorney General's office, we've had no contact with this person. If you are asking us, if you would like us to please reach out to them, then we are happy to be able to do that for the court, to say please do not watch anything else. But
I guess, Attorney Smith, do you have any feeling about that?
No, I think it's appropriate. I don't know that we have the phone number to do it. I can't recall if it's in the report. So I think
it can't hurt, right? So I think it can't hurt. So if you have a phone number and someone can reach out to tell that person to not watch.
The state can do that, Your Honor.
I think it can't hurt, and then we can see where we are. So I would suggest that. In terms of any motion that you're going to file, let me ask you, given where we are, that would need to be filed like immediately, as soon as you possibly can. So where are you in the process of that? I mean, is it something that you could get to the court and to the state over the weekend?
Yes. Oh, yes.
So just tell me where you are in that process.
Brainstorming, completing research. We were transcribing the best that we could the disc that we obtained of the bench conference. And I think we can piece it together. I think we will have it this weekend. If you're asking us to have it Saturday, we'll have it Saturday.
I mean, I would like to give the state an opportunity to look at it so they can craft a response, and I would like to look at whatever I can in advance. So we have to figure out. So what I'd like you to do is this. Tell me when you can reasonably get it. I know, it's. I guess I want to know so that I can ask the state when they can reasonably get a response.
Sunday.
Okay, and
Your Honor, I guess we'll try to have a response to you so that it's Monday night. Less than 24 hours might be a little bit difficult, but we can try to have it to you Monday night or at the worst, at least Tuesday morning, so that when you come into the courthouse, it's there for you to be able to review before needing to take the bench.
So can you do this? Email them to each other as soon as they're ready.
Yes.
Just, and email them to Clerk Scanlon as soon as they're ready. And
yes.
And I will speak with him if that's going to be a problem and they need to be emailed directly elsewhere, but that way I'll be able to get access to them, because if you upload them into the system, they won't be processed, so I can't see them. So just when you can, that would be useful. Any issue that you know of now, other than, the context of your legal issue is just the sequestration issue, right?
And then the fact that there's two potential witnesses that have not been noticed to the jury.
Okay, but I'm talking about the legal issue within that.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to say that it's not just a matter of the sequestration and whether or not that was violated, but it also goes to the issue of exculpatory evidence and Brady and Lori, and what an appropriate remedy would be either in the form of testimony or possibly instruction or even both.
Okay. Just helps me to be able to, because we're not going to have a lot of time, so we can all be thinking about it even though we haven't seen your pleading. So, okay. So when you can, make sure you get that to the other side, get it to Clerk Scanlon so he can get it to me over the weekend, and same thing for the state when you can. Make sure you get it to the other side so they can think about your pleading, and then we can deal with it, hopefully
Tuesday morning.
As soon as we can. That's the best I can say. All right. Anything else we can accomplish today?
Nothing else from the state, Your Honor.
Anything else? No? Okay. The last thing that occurred to me as you were using the media, the videos, you're going to need a completely clean computer that's going to go back to the...
Already here, Your Honor.
Okay.
We typically bring that with us. That has, pardon me, it has a mouse with it. It has a power source. The complete bag is empty. Everything is off of that. And before we usually send it back, apologize. Counsel certainly looks at the laptop itself and the contents to ensure that before it goes to the jury.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure you had that. You've been given a copy of the draft instructions. Please take a look at those when you can. I think I may have to add from the beginning piece, because I think I told them originally we have to add that the view is evidence. I can't remember if it's in here or if it's not in here yet, but it will be in here anyway. Other than that, just take a look. So you've got the draft. Okay? All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody. Have a good weekend. Yeah.
And that's that for the court day. I'm going to play the clip again for you guys. So just stand by. This one.
You're not in trouble. Nobody said you used your daughter. Okay, so I want to make that clear. So I'll let you know I have my body cam on, just like everybody else is being on video. So you just need to find out where she is. That's all I'm concerned about. You're not in any trouble right now that I know of. Okay. You have no warrants. Okay. So, where's your daughter so we can check on her to make sure that she's okay? Right now, I have nothing to say to you guys. But that's not what I'm just asking where she is. I have nothing to say. So you don't care if your daughter's okay or not? I do. I listen, I have nothing to say.
Multiple people that weren't even living.
Okay, so I just wanted to show you that again. People are asking where it is. It's literally on my playlist as well. So I'll show you. This is my playlist here. So it's the Harmony Montgomery playlist. And you can see in trial prep, we did a lot of trial prep. Just part 1. Okay, so that's a whole case overview, timeline, everything. Part 2. New sinister details, of course. Part 3 is the police interrogation. We watched that together. So they haven't shown the jury that before, but they're probably gonna, I would assume they're going to show this police interview. Part 4 is Adam's dark criminal past. Part 5 of the trial prep is former friends speaking. So that would be witnesses we saw at his weapons trial that are on the witness list for this trial. There's some of them we haven't seen yet. Some we have, some we haven't. And then, of course, there's all the trial days over here. And some YouTube shorts and things like that. So check out my playlist if you do want to see the police interview. And I've now played that body cam a few times as well. So I hope that you will check that out. Thank you so much for spending the day with me again. I know it was your Friday and you chose to spend your time here. And I'm always grateful to everyone who is here watching this trial with me. It's always nice to have you here. So thank you so much, mods. I really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel. Even by watching my videos, you are supporting the channel greatly. So thank you so much. Please like and share so that others can also know that we are live for this trial. We are covering it. And I will be doing timestamps for you for this day as well, like I've done for every single day. I hope you know what timestamps are by now, right? If you click on any of these trial live streams, just go to the comments section. And the very top comment will be a comment from me that I pinned for you. And it's got all the chapters, right, that I make for you, which will show you the witness name, and, if it's direct examination or cross-examination, and a little bit of what their role in the case is, like worked at the Portland Pie Company, or, Adam Montgomery's wife, or things like that. So I hope that you will check that out. It makes it much easier to watch the replays. It's something that I've always wished for when I've watched trials, like, oh man, I wish it could just be chaptered out really nicely. So yes, I really appreciate all your support. Now, if you are on Patreon, which is one of the best sources of support beyond, of course, Buy Me a Coffee and PayPal. If you're on Patreon, There's lots of perks over there, including today, right now, in half an hour. I've changed the time, you guys, so I'm going to update you again. You'll get another notification now on Patreon. In half an hour, I will go live for a Patreon-only live stream, okay? So we'll do that. And then members, I will make sure that there's a members-only stream this weekend. I did say tomorrow, but let me just check because I know that there's lots of members that are also patrons, so maybe a day break or so would be good. We will have a members stream this weekend as well. Maybe we'll snark it up. I might call it Snark Tank, and we can snark about some things of the trial. So we'll do that. And make sure you check the community tab and also your notifications. It should be normally, because for me, I'm in a time zone that's hours ahead of most of you. So it should be normally around 2 or 3, between 2 and 4 p.m. Eastern time for reference, okay? So, thank you so much. I hope that there will be justice for Harmony. I think slowly but surely, you know, all the puzzle pieces, they're all coming together. Things are starting to make sense, even though it's a case with lots of circumstantial evidence. They've never found her remains. So, I really hope that there will be justice for Harmony. And also, that witness sounds very interesting. Although, as you guys said, the defense having no problem with it is like, interesting. I wonder what they said. But they're going to be watching that 4-hour interview, which I wish they could email it to us. Send it to us. We'll review it for you. Don't we just wish? We're like, what is it? We're so nosy. We want to review that, but hopefully we'll hear from that witness and hear what they have to say next week sometime. So, I will see you again very soon. The trial was expected to last 3.5 weeks, but today the judge said to the jury they might reach closing arguments next week. So maybe they will reach closing arguments next week. We shall see. The trial is back on Tuesday for day 9. Today was day 8, right? I'm just triple checking. Day 9 will start on Tuesday. But if you do like the way that I present true crime and you're brand new here, I hope you'll subscribe and check out all the other stuff that I do, because I cover lots of cases and we always do deep dives, documents, maps, bullet points. It's the same type of format. So if you like this type of stuff, you might like that. And I'll see you this weekend for some of that. We've always got lots to discuss. Thank you so much, everyone. And I'll see you again very soon. And patrons, I'll see you in half an hour. Okay, bye.